Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning. Please make your appearances."
Mr. Ferguson said, Micah Ferguson, Ryan Finkel, Julie Murray, and Justin Horton for the United States.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of Mr. Guo, Sabrina Schroff. Mr. Guo is standing to my left."
The court said, "Please be seated. Is there anything that either side would like to bring up?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, first one minor scheduling issue. The witness, in consultation with the defense last night. We're reordering the witnesses. The witness who is going to go on after the current witness has an immovable appointment at 11:45. We think he's a very short witness. To the extent that he's a United States Attorney Office paralegal. So he's accessible. To the extent we can't get him finished with cross at 11:45. We'd ask that he sort of stop and we call the next witness, and then we can bring him back either later today or tomorrow when he returns. I hope that's not an issue for the court."
The court said, "No problem."
Mr. Finkel said, "There's a second issue, and I was wondering if we could discuss that one at sidebar."
The court said, "Okay, we're going to go into the robing room because they're going to have to deal with the AV over here."
Pages 4069 to 4072 sealed. Continued on next page. In the robing room.
The court said, "Anything else?"
Ms. Schrofa said, "As I was walking to court this morning as I normally do past the passageway, I was on a phone call with a pretrial services officer on an unrelated matter. I heard somebody say hello. I turned around. It was a juror. The juror immediately recognized that they shouldn't have said hello. They looked embarrassed. I didn't respond, and everybody went on their own merry way. I literally was on a phone call. I just wanted to let the court know."
Mr. Finkel said, "Which juror?"
Ms. Schrofa said, "There were two of them together. One was a man. One was a woman, but it was literally moments. When I look at them, I could tell you. I was just walking to court. I think they were behind me. I can't remember."
The court said, "So would it suffice for me to just remind the jurors that they'll not to have contact with the lawyers?"
Ms. Schrofa said, "Your Honor, it would look like I sort of ratted them out. It was so inconsequential that I really thought I shouldn't mention it, but I did so as an abundance of caution." Literally, the juror looked abashed that they'd done that. They made a gesture, like, "Why did I do that?" The two were talking to each other. It was the tall man, the female. I think she's in the second row or maybe the first row. It was so inconsequential, literally nothing.
Mr. Finkel said, "The government has no issue with proceeding however the court sees fit. This seems like no issue. I would just ask that Ms. Schroff inform the government which juror numbers it is just so we're aware. Other than that, I don't think there's anything that unnecessarily needs to be done. Of course, the government has no objection to Your Honor reminding the jury of their obligations and requirements as jurors."
The court said, "If Ms. Schroff is asking that I not do that, then I won't do it."
Ms. Schrofa said, "It really was nothing. It was so inconsequential. I even thought I shouldn't bring it up. But just to be careful."
The court said, "Okay."
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, given the nature of what was discussed in the first part of this conference in the robing room regarding the victim, the government would request that that portion of this conference be sealed."
The court said, "Yes. All righty. Thank you."
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, "Please have the jurors brought in."
The law clerk said, "Jury entering."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. I brought you in at 9:34 because we had an audio/visual failure, and so I needed to have that fixed first. Remember yesterday I asked whether you would be able to stay until 5 o'clock on July 2nd and 3rd. Is there anybody who cannot do that? Very good. I appreciate your cooperating with me in this way. We're going to now continue with the direct examination of the witness. Sir, remember that you are still under oath."
The witness said, "Yes, Your Honor." Douglas Skalka resumed. Direct examination continued. By Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning, Mr. Skalka.
Good morning.
Yesterday you explained at a high level the process for your fees being paid. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know even just a ballpark estimate of approximately how much in fees your firm has been paid for the bankruptcy work?
Approximately $2 million.
And do you have, again, ballpark number of how much Paul Hastings has been paid for its bankruptcy work?
Approximately $25 million.
And can you remind us how much in assets have been recovered to the bankruptcy estate?
Over $100 million.
Ms. Loftus, if we could go to 1404B. If we could scroll down, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Skalka. Do you remember looking at this transcript when we broke yesterday?
Yes.
And what was the date of this meeting of creditors?
April 6, 2020.
How soon after the bankruptcy proceedings were filed, just for context?
A month and a half after the filing.
So, Ms. Loftus, maybe we can blow up the bottom half or so and we'll just scroll through. Now I'll read the questions, Mr. Skalka, and you can read Mr. Kwok's answers. It says, does Greenwich Land, LLC yes? Greenwich Land, LLC, own any real estate other than 373 Taconic Road?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about the property located at 3333 Ferncliff in Coscob, Connecticut? If we can just scroll down. Then you can read at line 2, Mr. Skalka.
Yes. Now I remember it. It's also owned by my wife's company.
That being Greenwich Land?
Maybe.
Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Have you ever been to 33 Ferncliff?
Yes.
How recently?
No, not recently.
Do you know when Greenwich Land purchased 33 Ferncliff?
I don't remember.
Do you know approximately how much money it cost?
Probably more than $1 million.
Does 1.37 million sound about right?
I'm not sure.
Does the approximate purchase date of September 2019 sound about right to you?
Not sure.
Turning back to 373 Taconic for a moment, how much was that property purchased for?
Probably $400,000 to $500,000.
And then it says the private interpreter, no, and then the official interpreter. 4 to 5 million. I'm sorry. The next question, approximate time of purchase of 373 Taconic if you know?
I don't know.
Have you ever resided at 33 Ferncliff?
No.
Do you know whether anyone currently lives there?
Before there is another comrade maybe, for disjoined Chinese Communist Party. And he was to live there.
How long ago?
Probably 1 to 2 years ago.
Do you remember that person's name?
Yes.
What is it?
Wang Dingan.
Does anyone currently live there if you know?
I don't know.
Talking about 373 Taconic, where did the money come from to purchase that property?
I don't know.
Do you know whether the house was purchased with cash or financing?
I don't know.
Same questions for 33 Ferncliff. Do you know where the money came from to purchase that house?
I heard it was purchased by cash.
From whom did you hear that?
I don't remember.
Do you know where that money came from?
I don't know.
If we could scroll down, Ms. Loftus. Do you know what Skalka Media Group is?
Skalka.
Skalka.
Skalka Media Group, I do.
What is Skalka Media Group?
Just Skalka, it's a company.
What kind of company?
I'm not sure.
Have you ever had any relations with Skalka personally?
No.
Do you know anything about the type of business that Skalka conducts?
I remember they are related to GTV Media Platform or they invested on the GTV Media Platform.
How do you know that?
Because I was their consultant who owned the consultant and also I was the GTV host. And also this is one of the input and platform for disjoined Communist Party.
When you said you were a consultant a moment ago, was that for Skalka or GTV?
GTV.
Has Skalka ever had the 162 East 64th Street address associated with it? And then the question gets repeated, and you can start at line 19.
I don't know.
That is the family office address, correct?
It's one of them.
Where are the other ones?
I don't know.
Are there others in New York City?
I just want to clarify, Golden Spring is one of the companies in this building 162.
Understood, and thank you. We referred to the family office during your questioning, and I just want to be clear. When we talk about the family office, are we referring to that address on East 64th Street?
Yes.
Has GTV ever been associated with the family office address?
I don't know.
Who owns Skalka?
My son.
Since when?
I don't know.
Does Skalka currently exist?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea how many? Do you know anything about the value of Skalka's assets?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about payments Skalka has made to GTV?
No, I don't know.
Has your wife ever told you about any multi-million-dollar payments from Skalka to Greenwich Land?
I don't know.
You don't know whether he's ever told you, or you don't know about the payments?
She never told me, and I don't even know how much.
Do you know a company called Ziba Limited, ZIBA?
I don't know.
I'm sorry if I've already asked this. What is the relationship, if any, between Skalka and GTV?
Skalka is the investor for GTV.
Do you know how much money Skalka invested in GTV?
I don't know.
When was GTV founded?
2020, maybe 2019, not very sure.
Do you know the names of any of the officers or directors of Skalka?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Yvette Wang is an officer or director of Skalka?
I don't know.
Do you know someone called Hong Chong Won?
Yes.
Who is that?
He's my partner and also comrade for disjoined Communist Party.
Is he a friend of yours?
Friend, comrade, and a partner.
What do you mean by partner?
Because we had a business corporation.
Tell me about that.
Well, I don't remember the name of that company. It's a company for investigating Communist Party in USA doing money laundering and committing crimes.
Was it a for-profit company?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What was the name of the company?
I don't remember when getting to English. I don't remember the name.
Approximately what time frame were you partners with Hong Chong Wang in this company?
I don't remember.
Within the last 3 years?
It must be more than 3 years ago.
More than 10 years?
No.
Did Hong Chong Wang ever have any connection to Skalka?
I don't know.
Was he ever an officer or director of Skalka?
I don't know.
What does the G in GTV stand for?
God, the goal, like in GOAL.
The English word goal?
Yeah, goal or God.
How long have you known Hong Chong Wang?
I don't remember.
More than 10 years?
Roughly.
And you still consider him a friend today?
Yes.
Just a moment, please. There's been many questions today about Golden Spring funding your living expenses. Is it correct that as far as your living expenses are concerned that none of that is expected to be repaid?
Yes, true.
And so those monies are not the subject of any formal agreement, correct?
No.
And those monies essentially then are a gift to you, correct?
Yes.
What's the rule of law foundation?
What does that mean?
The question is, what is it? And then the interpreter asks, rule of law foundation, yes, sir. And we can scroll down slightly. I'll hopefully save some time by just asking this question instead. Are you familiar with the rule of law foundation?
Yes.
Were you involved in its establishment?
Yes.
Did you contribute any money to it when it was formed?
Not myself.
Did you direct any entity to contribute to the rule of law foundation?
Suggestion in a direct and suggesting any difference.
If there was a suggestion, please tell me it was a suggestion?
I didn't direct anybody or order anybody. I just always suggest people to make donations for the foundation.
And then the private interpreter says, as an interpreter. I think if the witness is asking the interpreter questions, the interpreter should interpret the question asked by the witness instead of answer that question. The interpreter responds. We can scroll down. We can keep scrolling down. Again it says by Mr. Harbach. I'll start reading the next question. Did you ever suggest to any of your family members that they donate to the Rule of Law Foundation?
Yes, I did suggest.
Did any of your family members or the family-controlled enterprises contribute money to the Rule of Law Foundation?
Yes.
How much money?
For cash there is over $1 million from Hong Kong, Japan, and mainland in China. And all combined it should be more than 30 million.
Just focusing for the moment on contributions from your family at your suggestion. Approximately how much money is that?
I don't know the details, because of security reasons, they don't want me to know.
Did you say a moment ago that your family contributed over $1 million?
1 million cash is in New York here.
When was that?
I don't remember.
Is the reason well, let me ask it this way. Did you suggest an amount to your family members that they should contribute to the Rule of Law Foundation?
I want them to donate, the more the better.
Is that what you told them?
Yes.
Did you know whether the Rule of Law? Do you know whether the Rule of Law Foundation is associated with a family office address on 64th Street?
Yes.
Did you ever make a $100 million donation to the Rule of Law Foundation in November of 2018? Interpreter asked to repeat the question. It gets repeated, and you can answer the answer.
No. In the live stream, like I want, try to collect the funds in the live stream show.
You could see the private interpreter says. Not quite exactly what the witness said, indiscernible, broadcasting is okay. Live stream is okay. But collect money and the official interpreter says, asking for donation, right. Private interpreter says, raise. And then the witness testimony continues. You can start at line 17.
Raising money, raise donations. Yeah, in the live stream broadcast thing, or whatever, you know. Asking for donations to, you know, to raise funds, to raise money.
We can scroll down. Did you ever promise to donate $1 billion to the Rule of Law Fund? And then the interpreter asked 10 billion you said. And Mr. Harbach says, no, sir, 1 billion. And the answer is at 3.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you mean that it's possible that you made that promise?
So we could reach that goal if we combine the organizations all over the world.
Understand. And it's a simple question. I just don't know the answer. Did you yourself ever promise to donate $1 billion to the Rule of Law Fund?
In the past 5 years, I did the live stream over 5,000 times. Some of the live stream could have reached 4 or 5 hours. It's hard for me to remember every sentence I said.
Well, I understand that, but I'm only asking about one issue. And it is whether you ever promised publicly or privately or anyhow to donate $1 billion to the Rule of Law Fund. And then correction said donate, and the answer to that question 24.
I don't remember.
I'll ask this one more time. Are you saying that it is possible that you made such a promise? You just can't be sure?
In front of Ms. Holly, I wouldn't say anything is possible, but this is a very serious issue. Now they start the scheme again.
Well, this isn't what did you have for breakfast 3 days ago. This is... Did you promise to donate $1 billion? And if the answer is you don't know, that's okay. Scroll down. And Mr. Baldiger responds. Who is he, Mr. Skalka?
He was Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy counsel at the time.
If we could scroll down a little more. I'll read the question, line 17. So the answer might be no. But you're not saying no? You're saying you don't remember?
I said it 3 times. I don't remember.
And you can continue at 21.
Because in the past 5 years, indiscernible, always making these kind of answers for me. So that's why the judge from the South District were fooled by you and you started again.
I'll move on. You can continue.
In the South District Court I only met Judge 20 seconds. I didn't say one sentence within this 5 years, and I was fined a total about $300 million because that's what they did.
And then just pause for a second, Mr. Skalka. The about $300 million. Is that about the amount in the PAX case?
The total judgment including the initial judgment plus the fine was approximately a little over $250 million.
And was that case in the Southern District of New York or in a state court?
It was in the New York Supreme Court, which is a state court.
If we can just scroll down slightly more. There's back and forth between the attorneys. Then the question continues. Have you made any donations to the Rule of Law Foundation in the last 2 years?
Myself, right?
Yes, sir.
No.
Have you suggested to any of your family that they make donations to the Rule of Law Foundation within the last 2 years?
I don't remember.
Would you ever have made a promise to donate $1 billion to the Rule of Law Foundation if you did not actually have that money? And ask to be repeated. Would you have ever made a promise to donate $1 billion to the Rule of Law Foundation if you did not actually have that money? And then, Mr. Skalka, you see line 11, it says the official interpreter, and you can read the line that starts, he said.
He said, "Are you want to sentencing me to death sentence?"
Mr. Skalka, are there any death sentences in bankruptcy proceedings?
Not that I'm aware of.
And if we scroll down, Ms. Loftus. That's the end of the exhibit. We can leave it there. You can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Now, Mr. Skalka, after the meeting of creditors we were just looking at. Did there come a time when a bankruptcy trustee was appointed in Mr. Kwok's case?
Yes.
Approximately when was he appointed?
He was appointed by order of the bankruptcy court in June of 2022.
Ms. Loftus, could we please publish Government Exhibit 6-194? Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom on the top left. Please. Mr. Skalka, do you recognize who's shown in the top left here?
I recognize the person in the picture.
Who is that?
That's the Chapter 11 trustee.
Mr. Skalka, were you the subject of any protest?
I was not.
Who was?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Object to form."
The court said, sustained.
Who was the subject of the protest?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Object to form." It's the same question.
The court said, if you would lay the foundation, please.
Were there any protests related to the bankruptcy of Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Who was the subject of those protests?
The Chapter 11 trustee was the subject of some of the protests.
Who else, if anyone, was the subject of the protest?
Paul Hastings' law firm was the subject of protest. PAX was a subject of protest. And the law firm representing PAX was a subject of protest.
Were any family members?
Yes, the daughter of the Chapter 11 trustee.
Mr. Skalka, in your 35 years of bankruptcy-related practice, how common are such protests?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection to relevance."
The court said, you may answer.
This is the first case I've seen these types of protest.
We can take it down, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Skalka, are Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy proceeding ongoing?
Yes.
Has PAX been repaid based upon Kwok's personal guarantee?
No.
Have any creditors been repaid yet?
None of the pre-bankruptcy often referred to as pre-petition creditors have been paid. Ongoing expenses during the bankruptcy case are being paid.
Mr. Ferguson said, "May I have a moment, Your Honor?"
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Skalka, you mentioned PAX's law firm. What law firm is that?
O'Melveny and Myers.
Mr. Ferguson said, "No further questions."
The court said, cross-examination.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Cross-examination. By Mr. Kumraju.
Good morning. Could you tell me again the bankruptcy trustee's name?
Luc Despins.
Now, Mr. Ferguson asked you over your last 35 years of bankruptcy, have you ever seen protest?
I believe the question was in bankruptcy cases. That's correct.
How common are Chapter 11 bankruptcy filings for individuals?
They're not as common as they are corporate entities. But I've been involved in several of them over the years.
Of the several of them that you've been involved in over the years, have any of those people been the subject of plots by the Chinese Communist Party to return them to China?
No.
Have any of them been the subject of a plot to kidnap that person and return them to China?
No.
Have any of them been the subject of a plot to discredit them online? Let me rephrase that. Discredit them online specifically by the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. Guo, all of those things happened to him?
I'm not.
So that's in prepared for your testimony today. Mr. Ferguson did not discuss that with you, correct?
No.
And could we have back up the photo from the protest? I think it's GXV 194 maybe. You remember you were asked some questions about this by Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Do you have any familiarity with what the phrase CCP running dog means?
No.
And do you see on that poster, do you see where it says take down the CCP?
Yes.
Do you understand this to associate Mr. Despins with the CCP?
I'm not sure what this is trying to be communicated by that poster other than, I just don't know.
Let's screen out, let's zoom out real quick. Now, do you see the bottom there's a number $250 million?
Yes.
And you see above it says extortionist appointed by the DOJ?
Yes.
Does that figure $250 million have any significance in the context of the PAX settlement negotiations?
I don't know. I have not been a party to the settlement negotiation between PAX and Mr. Kwok.
Mr. Despins has though, right?
Mr. Despins is the trustee representing the estate, which includes many creditors, not just PAX.
You're aware that there were negotiations between PAX and Mr. Guo's counsel to settle PAX's claims. Correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Were there any negotiations between Mr. Despins and Mr. Guo's counsel to settle the bankruptcy?
There was a court-ordered mediation in the bankruptcy. And so there were negotiations as part of that bankruptcy court-ordered mediation.
Did Mr. Despins make a demand as part of that court-ordered mediation?
I was not present during the mediation, so I believe he did. But I was not present for those mediation sessions.
To your understanding, what was that demand?
I don't know.
The court said, Mr. Kumraju, please speak into the microphone.
Mr. Kumraju said, sorry, Your Honor. Now, you see it says appointed by DOJ. I think on direct you testified about someone named Ms. Claiborne.
Yes.
Who is she again?
Ms. Claiborne is a trial attorney for the Office of the United States Trustee.
And the Office of the United States Trustee, is that in any particular department?
My understanding it's a branch of the Department of Justice.
And the Office of the Trustee makes recommendations as to Chapter 11 trustees to the bankruptcy court. Right?
Yes.
That's what happened in this case, right?
Yes.
So someone from Mr. Claiborne's office recommended Mr. Despins, right?
Yes.
Was Mr. Despins the first trustee put forward to your knowledge?
He was not.
Who was the first one?
I don't recall the individual's name.
Do you have an understanding as to why there was a second trustee put forward?
My understanding is the first trustee had a conflict or conflicts.
And as part of Mr. Despins' selection, let me withdraw. As a general matter, is there any kind of vetting done of a potential Chapter 11 trustee?
It is my understanding that there is some vetting done, yes.
What's your understanding of what that vetting is?
There's an interview process. U.S. Trustee Office contacts people that they believe might be a qualified candidate to be a trustee. And at some point once they get down to a few candidates, My understanding is that there is some conflicts review being done by each candidate before they're selected.
And is it your understanding that that process happened in Mr. Guo's bankruptcy?
Yes.
Now, you remember Mr. Ferguson asked you about are there any death sentences in bankruptcy cases? You remember that?
Yes.
Do you know if there are any death sentences possible under Chinese criminal law?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
I do not know.
Now, you were also asked some questions about the PX litigation on direct, right?
Yes.
Now, PX filed its complaint against Mr. Guo on April 18, 2017, correct?
It was filed in early 2017. I don't recall the exact date.
I'm going to see if I can help you out with that. Can we put up just for the witness and the parties DX 7006? Please. Just please review it for yourself.
I see it.
So the question solely is: does looking at this document refresh your recollection as to the date of the filing of the PX complaint?
Yes.
Was that date April 18, 2017?
Yes.
You're aware that that's the day before the Chinese government filed an Interpol red notice against Mr. Guo, right?
I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that that's the day before Mr. Guo did a live interview about Chinese corruption for Voice of America, right?
I'm not aware of that.
What is PX exactly?
It's an entity that lends money or lent money in this circumstance to a business known as Shiny Times Holdings.
Do you know any significance to the fact that it's named the Pacific Asia Alliance Opportunity Fund?
I do not.
Do you know where it's based?
I do not.
Do you know if it has a focus on investments in Asia?
I do not.
You didn't represent any of the parties in the PX litigation, right?
I did not.
So your familiarity with that case comes purely from reading documents filed in it, right?
And hearing about the case in bankruptcy proceedings, but yes.
All second-hand information, right?
Correct.
You didn't attend any of the hearings in the PX litigation, right?
I did not.
You didn't intervene in any way in the PX litigation, correct?
Correct.
And when Mr. Ferguson was asking you questions about the PX litigation, he went over with you the documents that he would like you to read from, correct?
Yes.
And he went over with you the questions that he was likely to ask you, right?
Not specifically.
Well, I'm not saying he asked you the specific questions. Generally speaking, he told you what he'd like you to talk about, right?
Correct.
Mr. Ferguson asked you some questions about a state court order in the PX litigation. Do you remember that?
He asked me about several state court orders, I believe.
Let me be specific. I meant the one granting summary judgment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When the summary judgment order was granted, that meant that there was effectively obligation for Mr. Guo to pay some money, right?
Yes.
And that was north of $100 million, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that PAX was seeking to collect on that judgment, right?
Once that judgment was entered, yes.
After the judgment was entered, PAX was making efforts to collect, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Guo wasn't paying it, right?
Correct.
Now, from your experience in the bankruptcy case, you're aware that Mr. Guo claimed in that case that PAX is controlled by the CCP, right?
Yes.
And, in fact, the protest that you refer to against PAX, Mr. Guo linked those also to the CCP, right?
I believe that was his claim.
And the same with the protest against the trustee, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to aligning PAX with the CCP, Mr. Guo also claimed that the trustee had scuttled a settlement between PAX and Mr. Guo's lawyers, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
The court said, sustained.
Are you aware that Mr. Guo claims in that motion included that the trustee had scuttled a settlement between PAX and Mr. Guo's counsel?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to hearsay.
The court said, I'm going to allow the question.
I'm sorry. I don't recall a particular motion that was filed by Mr. Kwok related to the negotiations or mediation. That was your question.
In any bankruptcy filing that you're aware of in Mr. Guo's bankruptcy proceeding. Are you aware of him making accusations that Mr. Despins had scuttled the settlement agreement between PX and Mr. Guo?
No.
Now, leading into, the protest against Mr. Despins began in November of 2022, correct?
It was fall of 2022. I don't recall the exact date or month, but it was in the fall of 2022.
Around that time you're aware that Mr. Guo made a motion to disqualify Mr. Despins in the bankruptcy case.
My recollection is that motion was prior to the protest.
Sure. It was not immediately coincidental, but it was before, right?
Yes.
And as part of that motion, Mr. Guo's lawyer accused the trustee of being part of the CCP?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, objection to hearsay. This is not admissible.
The court said, I'm going to allow the question.
Can you restate the question?
Mr. Kumraju said, could we have it read back, please?
Record was read.
I don't recall that accusation.
Let me see if I can help you with that. Let me put up just for the witness and the parties, can I have just one moment, Your Honor, DX 60658. Just for the witness and the parties. Can we just scroll through that document for the witness? We can take that down actually. Sorry. Let's move on. Let's go back to the PX case for a second, okay? Now. There was first an initial contempt order filed in the PX case, correct?
Yes.
That's a conditional contempt order of some sort.
I believe it was referred to as the initial contempt order.
Whatever the term, there was one first and then there was one later, correct?
Yes.
And the first one fined Mr. Guo $500,000 a day until the Lady May was returned to New York, correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Guo faced potential time if he didn't comply, correct?
The official contempt order made no reference to jail time or additional fines. My recollection is that contempt order provided 60 days for Mr. Guo. Mr. Kwok to return the Lady May to the jurisdiction before the fines would start being levied.
Continued on the next page. By Mr. Kumraju.
Okay. And the yacht didn't come back though, right?
It did not.
Okay. Do you know where the yacht was at that time?
Based on the pleadings, it was indicated the boat, or the yacht, was in Europe.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Guo was in Europe at that time?
I do not.
Okay. Now there were court hearings in New York in the PX litigation, correct?
Yes.
You testified about an evidentiary hearing, right?
Yes.
Mr. Guo was at those hearings, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So he wasn't in Europe at those times, right?
The evidentiary hearing was in February of 2022. I believe he was in New York for that hearing.
Okay. Now the PAX had also obtained a summary judgment order by this time, correct?
By February of 2022, yes.
Sorry. I meant by the time of the first contempt order going out.
Yes.
Okay. Now Mr. Guo didn't use any money from G clubs to pay that underlying summary judgment order, right?
No money was used to pay that summary judgment.
Right. So not G clubs money, not GTV money, not Himalaya Exchange money, no money, right?
Correct.
It went unsatisfied, correct?
Yes.
And in early 2022, PX moved for the final contempt order, right?
Yes.
And the court granted that on November 9th, is that right?
I believe it was February 9, 2022.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Thank you. February 9th, right?
Yes.
2022, and the total fees/fines that Mr. Guo had to pay were $134 million, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, could we pull up GX 1413 at 2, please? Does everybody have it on their screens? Okay. Let me just give that a second. Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. So paragraph 2 there says, directed to tender immediate payment to PAX, correct?
Yes.
And the amount is $134 million, right?
Yes.
And then on paragraph 4, it says, payment of the amount set forth in paragraph 2 above shall be made to PAX within 5 business days of the service of this order. With notice of entry, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Guo's deadline to comply I think was February 16, 2022, correct?
I believe that's correct. I mean, 5 business days. I didn't pull out a calendar. But I believe there's probably a weekend day in there, and so that is probably accurate.
Right. Right. Well, let me put it this way. He filed his bankruptcy petition on February 15, 2022, right?
Yes.
And that was the day before he was going to have to pay this, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified about it. There's a weekend in there, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So the bankruptcy judge, withdrawn. The state court judge ordered Mr. Guo to pay more than $100 million in basically a week, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Guo didn't use G Club's money to pay that either, right?
Correct.
He didn't use Himalaya Exchange money to pay that, right?
Correct.
He didn't use GTV money to pay that, right?
Correct.
He didn't use rule of law donations to pay that, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Guo did face potential jail time if he violated this contempt order, correct?
That's my understanding.
And despite that, he still did not use any of that money to pay this fine, correct?
Correct.
Now instead, Mr. Guo filed bankruptcy, right?
He did file bankruptcy, yes.
Now when one files bankruptcy, it's fair to say that you have to give up certain information about yourself, right?
Financial information, yes.
Right. You have to disclose assets and liabilities, right?
Correct.
You have to publicly disclose that you don't have sufficient assets to cover your liabilities, correct?
You have to disclose the extent of your assets and liabilities. Sometimes it might actually show you can pay off your bills but maybe not pay them off right away. So, but you need to disclose them.
Can you explain what you mean with that last answer?
You can disclose assets that appear to be more than your liabilities.
But they might not be liquid, so you can't pay right away, right?
Correct.
So the fact that somebody declares bankruptcy does not mean that they don't have access to significant assets. It just means they don't have access to liquid assets at that moment, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Well. Can you explain what you just meant then by the difference between liquid and illiquid assets in the context of a bankruptcy filing?
You can disclose assets that, and values of assets that are in excess of the amount of your liabilities, but they may not all be liquid at the time that you disclose them. Meaning that they may not all be in cash, they may be in forms of assets, whether it's real estate or investments, that are not able to be.
The interpreter said, sorry. The interpreters are requesting that all parties slow down. Thank you.
The court said, please slow down.
Mr. Kumraju said, will do, Your Honor. Please go ahead.
You're not able to liquidate those assets for some period of time and therefore not able to pay your bills.
And in this case the period of time was a week, right?
The purpose of the bankruptcy is often to provide debtors time to pay your bills. So, but you need to disclose the full extent of your assets, whether they're liquid or not.
Right. So what I was saying is the amount, well, withdrawn. We'll move on. Now are you familiar with the term, personal bankruptcy?
Yes.
What, colloquially, is meant by personal bankruptcy?
That means a bankruptcy filing by an individual rather than a business entity or a corporate entity.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Let's pull up, if we can, please, GX 1419, which is in evidence, please. Let's publish it. Actually. Sorry. Before we do that, could we go to GX 1407, real quick? Can everybody see it? Okay. Great.
By Mr. Kumraju.
This is Mr. Guo's petition to file bankruptcy, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just to tie it down, if we can go to page 7, that's his signature, correct, electronic?
Yes.
And it was executed on February 15, 2022, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Now can we go to page, sorry. The page just shifted on me, but can we go to page 1 of the, well. Page 10 of 14 at the top there on the PDF. It's a form, official form 104. There we go. Thank you. Now could we just scroll down a little bit? Oh, we lost it. All right. Thanks. Can we scroll down a little bit?
By Mr. Kumraju.
Okay. You see number 2 there?
Yes.
Okay. That's Golden Spring, correct?
Yes.
And it says, what is the nature of the claim? Can you read that?
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, could you read what it says?
Litigation funding.
And how much is disclosed as the approximate amount of this?
Approximately $21 million.
So does this reflect that Golden Spring is identified as having a $21 million outstanding debt?
This is a list of the 20 largest creditors as filed by Mr. Kwok. And Golden Spring is listed as the second largest creditor with a claim of $21 million.
Mr. Kumraju said, and can we go to page 13? Okay. And you see number 16 there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read the creditor's name?
Lamp Capital, LLC.
And what's the nature of that claim?
Litigation loan.
And what's the amount?
$1 million.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. If we can go to 1419 now, please. All right. This is another filing, I'm sorry. Do you need a sec? Okay. This is another filing Mr. Guo's counsel made in bankruptcy, right?
Yes.
And Global Notes and Statements is basically an explanation document of some sort?
In this case, yes.
Okay. Provides additional details, right?
Regarding the documents, some of which we just looked at. The bankruptcy schedules and statement of financial affairs.
Okay. So let's just start with page 4, please. And I think Mr. Ferguson asked you some questions about question 1b. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if you look down. Mr. Kumraju said, we can go to number 2, please, Jorge. Thank you. Okay. And he asked you some questions about this paragraph, right?
Yes.
Now can you actually just read the first paragraph, please?
Yes. The debtor also has access to an apartment located at the Sherry Netherland Hotel. 781 Fifth Avenue, New York. New York 10022, the apartment. The cooperative shares in the apartment are held by Geneva Holdings LLC, the US SPV. The membership interests in the US SPV are held by Geneva Holdings Corporation, the BVI company. The debtor holds all of the equity of the BVI company. However, pursuant to a declaration of trust and agreement, dated as of February 17, 2015, the trust date, the debtor holds such equity in trust for Bravo Luck Limited, the apartment owner. The debtor's son owns the equity of the apartment owner. On or about the trust date, the apartment owner funded the US SPV with the purchase price for the apartment. These funds came from entities owned or controlled by the debtor's son and not from the debtor.
Okay. So do you understand all that to be a long way of saying that Mr. Guo's son owned the Sherry Netherland apartment?
That's my understanding of what is being asserted in this document.
Right. That's what's said here, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the purchase price was when it was purchased by Mr. Guo's son?
Approximately, the purchase price was approximately $60 million.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to read the next paragraph, but if you could just take a look at it. Do you see there's a reference there below to, in the face of multiple court disputes relating primarily to the beneficial ownership of the residence, then it goes on to say, as between Bravo Luck Limited and PAX.
I see that.
Okay. So PAX had also initiated litigation regarding the Sherry Netherland apartment, correct?
It was regarding, I believe, Geneva, the two Geneva entities, Geneva Holdings LLC and Geneva Corporation.
And that litigation was commenced in the British Virgin Islands, correct?
Yes, and also in the New York Supreme Court action.
Okay. So there were two, right?
Yes.
And British Virgin Islands is sometimes referred to as BVI, right?
Yes.
Okay. And BVI is a regular place of business, correct? A lot of businesses are in BVI, right?
A lot of businesses are incorporated in BVI, yes.
That's for various corporate benefits, right?
That's my understanding.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Let's go to the next page. All right. I'm not going to ask you to read all of it, but question 3, you see where it says. The debtor has use of automobiles, including luxury automobiles and motorcycles. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then it says. All costs and expenses associated with such vehicles are provided for directly by family and family-controlled enterprises, correct?
That's what it says.
The court said, "One moment, please."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may continue."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor." If we could go to page 6, please. All right. And you see question 17?
Yes.
And Mr. Ferguson asked you a few questions about that on direct as well, right?
Yes.
Now of the individual Chapter 11 cases that you've had during your career. How many of them have had restraining orders? How many of them involve debtors with restraining orders imposed by the High Court of Hong Kong?
None other than the Kwok bankruptcy proceeding.
Right. He's the only one, right?
Of the cases I've been involved in.
Sure. Mr. Kumraju said, and could we go to page 7? And paragraph I, do you see where it says, in September and October 2017? The Chinese government raided the offices of Shiny Times and seized all accounting corporate records and many personal financial records. You see that?
Yes.
So in all those individual Chapter 11 cases you've done, how many of them have had debtors who have had their offices raided by the Chinese government?
This was the only case.
Okay. Fair to say that Mr. Guo's bankruptcy case is pretty unique, in your experience.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the reasons it's unique is because Mr. Guo declared basically having no assets, right?
No. I've been involved in other cases in which debtors have disclosed little or no assets.
The court said, "Sir, if you'll speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you."
The witness said, I'm sorry.
I have been involved in other bankruptcy cases in which the debtor has disclosed little or no assets. But, so that by itself is not unusual or make it a unique case.
Okay. Fair enough. I was just curious if that was one factor. I'm sorry. We didn't hear your answer. Was that one factor?
Yes, it's one factor.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Could we go to page 11, please? All right. Do you see Schedule 1?
Yes.
Okay. You see the sentence there that says, The debtor does receive support funded by family and companies controlled by family for housing, household and living expenses, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. The fact that Mr. Guo received support from family and companies controlled by family would not make him ineligible to file Chapter 11. Correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there is a mechanism by which an inappropriate Chapter 11 filing could be dismissed, right?
There's a mechanism where parties can seek to dismiss a bankruptcy case for virtually any reason. The parties can move to dismiss.
And a creditor can do that, right?
Yes.
And PAX was a creditor in this bankruptcy, right?
Correct.
So PAX could have moved to dismiss the bankruptcy if it had wanted.
PAX actually did move to dismiss at some point.
Okay. And what happened?
The judge denied this at the same time that a motion was made to appoint the trustee. And instead of dismissing the case, the court granted the motion to appoint the trustee.
Okay. So Mr. Despins was appointed in lieu of dismissing the bankruptcy, right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term, trust fund baby?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to relevance.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Are you familiar with other instances in which a debtor has been supported by their family primarily?
Yes.
So that's not unusual in a bankruptcy case, right?
I've seen it before. I've seen it in other cases.
Now you testified you weren't party to the settlement negotiations or the mediation conference, correct?
Correct.
So as part of that, as part of your work as local counsel, do you familiarize yourself with the proceedings that are going on in court?
Yes.
And you submit the applications that go with that, right?
Yes.
And you describe the work that you've done?
That my firm has done.
Correct. And I think you testified on direct that Mr. Despins and his firm had received approximately $25 million in fees, right?
That's correct.
And that there had been, withdrawn. And where did those fees get paid out of?
The recoveries that have occurred to date in the bankruptcy proceedings.
And that's a little over $100 million, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Despins's fees have been approximately 25% of what's been recovered, correct?
Approximately.
Sure. I'm not asking for specifics but approximately, right? Now when you testified about that, was it called a 314 interview, correct?
341.
341, okay. Thank you. So a 341 interview is where the debtor has to sit and answer questions, correct?
Correct. That's the creditors' meeting. 341 is a section in the bankruptcy code. Sorry to get so technical, and that's what refers to the creditors' meeting.
Okay. So is that a meeting that's available to all of the creditors?
Yes. All creditors get notice of that meeting.
Okay. And so any of them can show up and ask questions if they want, right?
Correct.
And is it appropriate to say the DOJ trustee? What's the best way to describe Ms. Claiborne's position?
I refer to her as the trial attorneys for the office of the U.S. trustee. So often it's referred to as U.S. trustee.
Okay. So it's fair to say the U.S. trustee can ask questions at that as well, right?
U.S. trustee's office actually administers or runs the meeting, so yes.
Okay. And they can ask questions about any of the debtor's financial affairs, right?
Yes.
They can ask questions about transactions that the debtor has entered into, right?
To the extent they know of them, yes.
Sure. They ask questions about assets and liabilities, right?
Yes.
And the debtor has to answer those questions, right?
The debtor is obligated to cooperate in the bankruptcy proceeding and answer truthfully.
Okay. Now you looked at I think a couple of excerpts earlier from that. Do you remember that?
From the transcripts of the creditors' meetings.
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Ferguson sort of did a little role play with you, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to do as much, but I'm going to try and do just a little bit, okay? Mr. Kumraju said, could we pull out GX1401A, please, and put it up on everybody's screen? All right. And if we could go to page 51 of the transcript first. And you see line 11 there?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Actually, I'm going to, yeah, line 11 is fine. So I'll read it and then we can skip all that other stuff and then you can go to the answer, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kwok, who is Max Krasner? And then I think it picks up at 22. That's Mr. Baldiga's answer.
He has to double-check with you because I cannot read and cannot remember English names well. So just the name, you said Max. If it's the name Max only, I know Max. But if you add another name to it, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Do you know a Max with respect to Golden Spring?
Yes, I know.
And what is Max's role with Golden Spring?
I don't know.
Well, do you know Max?
I don't remember.
Do you know more than one person by the name of Max?
For me, English name is very complicated. Like I can't remember the last name of my lawyer. If you add something else to Max, I don't know.
Mr. Kwok, the name Max Krasner is listed as the person to whom the mail for Golden Spring is directed to. Do you know why that is? Interpreter, sorry. Do you know why that is?
I only remember there is a Max at Golden Spring. I only know this one thing.
And what is Max's job at Golden Spring?
I'm not sure what role. Indiscernible, know he is in charge of finance, but I'm not sure.
What does he do for Golden Spring with respect to finances?
I was not involved in the management so I don't know.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Can we keep going with page 54 real quick? Just scroll down to line 20. Right there is fine. Thank you. Mr. Kwok. Do you have access to a credit card or a debit card provided to you by or through Golden Spring?
No.
Okay. As part of his bankruptcy filings, are you aware of Mr. Guo disclosing any credit card debt?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. Did he disclose having any credit cards?
I don't believe he did.
The only property he disclosed was having an iPhone, right?
He disclosed some clothing, he mentioned a family dog, and some checks that had not been cashed.
Right. The Pomeranian, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now how often have bankruptcy debtors had no credit cards?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to relevance.
The court said, you may answer.
I've seen it many times in business bankruptcy proceedings.
Sure. How about individuals?
I'm sorry.
How about individuals?
I believe I've seen it before. But more common to see credit card debt in individual bankruptcy filings.
Okay. Now you were asked some questions about a loan document. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, all right. So can we just pull up what's been marked as Government Exhibit 1316, please? Do you remember testifying about this on direct?
Yes.
Now the only time you've seen this document is in the context of the bankruptcy case, correct?
Yes.
So you weren't there when it was signed, right?
No.
You're not a Himalaya International Financial Group employee, correct?
Correct.
You are not an employee of HK International Funds Investments, correct?
Correct.
You don't know Megwa personally, right?
I do not.
You don't recognize the signatures on the document, right, other than Ms. Guo?
Other than Ms. Guo. I've seen her signature on several documents.
Right. But you've never actually seen her sign those documents, right?
Correct.
So do you see at the top, and there's a sticker at the top, but at the top left it says, Case 22-05003. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see it says Doc 84-1?
Yes.
Do you know why that's on there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain to us why it is?
I believe I testified on direct that there was an adversary proceeding that had been commenced by HK International Funds Investments, USA. Commonly referred to as HK USA. An adversary proceeding is a lawsuit within a bankruptcy proceeding. And this is the docket number for that lawsuit that had been commenced by HK USA, and this document. This exhibit in this proceeding was filed as an exhibit in that adversary proceeding. And that's the document number that was assigned to this document when it was filed in the adversary proceeding.
Okay. So this document is now a matter of public record, correct?
Yes, it was filed in the bankruptcy court adversary proceeding, which is a public filing.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Could we pull up GX 1314 quickly? You remember testifying about this document before, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it too has that same docket stamp at the top, right?
Yes.
So it was also publicly filed, right?
Yes.
Now, and you similarly were not there at the execution of this document, right?
Correct.
Mr. Kumraju said, all right. Could we turn to page 4 of the document, please? All right. And you see the section that says purpose? You see that?
Yes.
And you see 3.2 there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you read the first sentence, please?
The total facility amount will be used as security for the court in relation to the yacht.
Okay. So what's your understanding of what it means to say, security for the court in relation to the yacht?
My understanding from reading this document was it was intended as a secured loan on the on the yacht. And to be disclosed to the bankruptcy court.
Okay. And why would it need to be disclosed to the bankruptcy court?
Because at the time of this loan being made, there were proceedings pending in the bankruptcy court about what was going to happen to the Lady May and whether or not PAX would be allowed to go back to the state court and try to pursue a recovery of the Lady May.
The court said, "What do you understand the word facility to mean?"
The witness said, "Facility, I believe, was defined earlier in the document, Your Honor, as the loan that was going to be provided by Himalaya to the borrower."
Okay. Could you look at the next sentence, please?
The period the borrower retains the total facility amount in the escrow account will be the time period from the date of this agreement to when the yacht is returned to the USA.
Okay. So is it fair to say that this facility amount was intended to be like a bond for when the boat would come back?
Yes.
Okay. And it was going to be held in escrow, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this $37 million wasn't to buy the yacht, right?
No. It was a loan to HK USA, who was then going to put it up as a bond in connection with the negotiated settlement of the Lady May in the bankruptcy court.
Right. No one's getting a new yacht with this $37 million, right?
No.
Okay. And do you know what happened to that $37 million in the escrow account?
Yes.
What happened to it?
The bankruptcy court, in connection with the adversary proceeding that is referred to here, ultimately found that the $37 million, as well as the Lady May, were property of the bankruptcy estate. And the funds were recovered by the trustee and put into the bankruptcy estate.
Okay. So that $37 million is part of the $100 million that you testified about before?
Yes.
And so after the trustee took that action, the $37 million could not be returned to the lender in this matter, right?
Correct.
Now all of this whole arrangement, was disclosed to the state court, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It was disclosed to the bankruptcy court?
Yes.
And so no one hid this arrangement from the court, correct?
Not to the bankruptcy court.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Now can we go back to 1316, please, GX 1316. Make sure everybody has that." Okay. Do you remember this? This is the side letter.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that a side letter is a sort of an amendment to an agreement, right?
In this case, yes.
Okay. And again, you weren't present for the signing of this, right?
Correct.
You have no personal knowledge of the circumstances of the execution, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now do you see 1.3a? It says, the loan in the loan agreement will no longer be deemed to be secured against the yacht. Correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. So the effect of this is that the yacht is no longer security for the loan, right?
Yes.
And you see the date on this document, April 19, 2022. Sorry. If we blow it back out, you'll see it at the top there.
It refers to the loan agreement being dated April 19, 2022, but I believe the date of this document is April 29, 2022.
You're right. Thank you.
That's all right.
So at that time, April 29, 2022, there were a number of different demands to the yacht, correct?
Yes.
Pax had a demand to it, right?
They had a demand to it for purposes of collection of their judgment, yes.
Sure. And the state court had entered a restraining order on it, right?
Yes.
So they couldn't have transferred the yacht if they'd wanted to, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form. Calls for speculation. I'm not sure what the question is.
The court said, "Are you asking for a legal conclusion?"
Mr. Kumraju said, no. I'm just asking for his understanding.
The court said, "I'll allow the question."
It would have been possible for HK USA to transfer its title interest in the property. In the yacht at that time.
Okay. But it didn't do that, right?
It did not.
It just left it there, right?
Correct. And as I said, HK USA started a lawsuit to actually claim that they were the owner of the property, of the boat.
Right. They availed themselves of the U.S. court system, correct?
Yes.
And all of the disclosures that come with that, right?
Yes.
So instead of doing the title thing, they filed a lawsuit.
I don't know if they were planning to do anything with the title.
Fair enough. Because, again, you're not part of the company, right?
Correct.
You never spoke to Megwa about it, right?
Correct.
You have no idea what her thinking is, right?
Correct.
Have you ever heard of William J.E.?
I've heard the name.
You heard the name in the context of the bankruptcy?
Yes.
Okay. In what context did his name come up?
Just that he had a relationship with Mr. Kwok.
Okay. But you've never spoken to him, right?
Correct.
You have no idea what his reasons are for entering into any loans, right?
Correct.
Same with ACA Capital, right? You have no personal knowledge of anything at ACA Capital.
I have no connection to ACA Capital.
Same with the Himalaya Exchange.
Correct. I have no connection to Himalaya Exchange.
And you remember Mr. Ferguson asked you questions about a draft loan agreement, right?
Yes.
And that draft had ACA on it, right?
Yes.
And then it switched to the Himalaya International Financial Group in the final, right?
Correct.
Have you ever heard of a typo?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Kumraju said, now if I could have just 1 minute, Your Honor. Now you're what's called local counsel, is that a fair description?
Yes, and conflicts counsel as well.
Okay. So Mr. Despins' firm hired you as local counsel, correct?
Hired my firm, yes.
Yeah, sorry, your firm. And you testified that your firm has made roughly $2 million based on that engagement?
Yes.
I'm not asking for particulars, but is that a big, small, or large engagement for your firm?
We're a 40-lawyer firm. I've been in practice with the firm for 30 years. We've had larger matters, we've had smaller matters, so I.
Okay. So it's not substantial, not insubstantial.
Correct.
And you testified before about a process by which the trustee, I'll call him the Chapter 11 trustee. Mr. Despins, right, how the Chapter 11 trustee was selected, not selected, recommended by the U.S. trustee, right?
Correct.
And that recommendation is a necessary step to somebody being appointed Chapter 11 trustee by the bankruptcy court. Right?
Yes.
So if a person wanted to be a Chapter 11 trustee in the District of Connecticut, they would need that recommendation, right?
It's actually an appointment by the office of the U.S. trustee, but yes.
Okay. Sorry. Let's use that word, to make it accurate. So to be appointed, they would need the approval of the U.S. trustee, right? And that's true for every bankruptcy case in the District of Connecticut that comes next, right?
As far as Chapter 11 trustees, yes.
So if Mr. Despins wants to plan to be a Chapter 11 trustee down the road, he needs approval from the U.S. trustee, right?
Yes.
And again, that's a department of the Department of Justice, correct?
It's my understanding it's a branch of the Department of Justice.
Now you were hired by Mr. Despins's firm, correct?
We were hired by Mr. Despins.
Okay. And that's his decision, right?
Correct.
He could always decide to hire somebody else down the road, right?
Yes.
He could change horses even in this case, right?
Absolutely.
Like you said, it's ongoing, right?
Absolutely.
So he has an opportunity to pick a different firm if he'd like to, right?
Yes.
Now you understand Mr. Despins has spoken with the prosecutors on a number of occasions, correct?
I don't know.
Do you know if he's ever spoken with them?
I don't know.
When were you approached about testifying in this case?
Approximately 2 weeks ago.
Do you know if prior to you being approached Mr. Despins was going to be a witness in this case?
I do not.
Now as part of Mr. Guo's bankruptcy proceedings, you and Mr. Despins had filed a number of court cases. I think you mentioned, right?
Yes.
I think you said it was over 300, right?
Yes.
And all of those are to recover assets back into the estate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And by recover assets back into the estate, the trustee's allegation is that that money actually belongs to Mr. Guo, right?
They belong to the bankruptcy estate, and it's the Kwok bankruptcy estate. So the funds would be there to pay creditors of the estate.
Right. Ultimately, the funds would be used to pay the creditors, right?
Yes.
And they'd be used to pay his creditors.
Correct.
Right? And you're paying his creditors with his money, right?
With the funds that we believe belong to the bankruptcy estate.
Okay. And that's his estate.
Yes.
And the larger the estate, the more money there is that's available for your fees, right?
My fees would have to be approved before they would be paid. But if there's the large, I'm not being paid on a contingency fee basis, I'm being paid on an hourly basis. Southwest, the larger the estate doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to get paid more money.
No. My question was, there's money available to pay you, sir.
The court said, Mr. Kamraju, please speak into the microphone.
Mr. Kamraju said, sorry. My apologies, Your Honor. Did you hear my question?
Yes. The larger the estate, there's more money to pay my firm's fees.
Okay. And you testified that Mr. Despins is not taking a commission, right?
Correct.
But the same is true of him, right? The larger the estate, the more money that's available to pay his fees, right?
And all other expenses of the case, yes.
Sure. To pay all of it, right?
Yes.
So if his fees go north of that $25 million, it's got to come out of the estate, right?
Yes.
And many of the lawsuits that you filed have subject matter that overlaps with the allegations in this case. Correct?
I don't know.
Well.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "You'll step up, please."
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, "So why would that be irrelevant?"
Mr. Ferguson said, "We believe it is excluded under Rule 403. He's not charged with bankruptcy fraud, 1, 2. It goes well beyond the scope of the direct, 3. It is improper to try and impugn the criminal prosecution and the allegations we've brought by trying to impugn the bankruptcy trustee when there's already been significant cross on the fact that Mr. Kwok has said he's an agent of the CCP. You can't use the bankruptcy trustee's actions and their similarity to our allegations and overlap to try and make some kind of insinuation about our case and that this is improper. Excluded under 403.
Mr. Kamraju said, "I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if he was done. No. I'm merely asking it to set up a bias cross with respect to this particular."
The court said, "A what?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "A cross on bias, Your Honor, with respect to this particular witness. The line of questions are going to go, there's an overlap. You're aware that the government could ask to pause your case. In fact, you voluntarily paused your case. And you voluntarily paused your case so as not to interfere with the criminal case, including, in particular, to not have any of the government's witnesses deposed by Mr. Guo. And he did that, right? And they've said that in public filings. And so it's just bias, like you would cross anybody else. Like you would cross a cooperator, you took all these steps to help the government, that's all."
The court said, "What is the nature of the bias?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "The nature of the bias is that he and his firm get paid the longer the bankruptcy case goes on. And as long as they continue to work on it. If the government pauses it, right, if the government takes any action, then he doesn't get those fees. It's that simple. His fees are basically dependent on them."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Your Honor, Mr. Kamraju moved for the stay of the bankruptcy, not the government."
Mr. Kamraju said, "No. But he also moved for the stay of the bankruptcy case. That's my point. I'm not bringing out that we moved for the stay, I'm bringing out that he moved for a stay."
Mr. Ferguson said, "How is that bias?"
The court said, "He's somehow now interested?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "If they said in a public filing, I am voluntarily staying this incredibly lucrative case that we could be bringing because I don't want to interfere with the government's case and I don't want the government's witnesses to be deposed. That is a person or a firm or an entity offering to help the government in the same way that if I had 3,500 material that a cooperator said, 'Look, I'll go make a recording against the co-defendant,' I would be allowed to cross and be like, 'Look at all the efforts this person is willing to make.' It's not that dissimilar from the cross I was going to do on Mr. Bass, who I understand is now not going to be a witness. It's the same idea. It's just bias. It's the lengths to which they will go to help the government."
The court said, "Or themselves."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Could be both." Yeah.
The court said, "Okay. Go ahead."
Mr. Ferguson said, "If he's going to bring up the stay, then I think we can ask on redirect about how Mr. Kwok moved to stay the bankruptcy."
The court said, "All right. I'm going to permit the question."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Okay. Thank you, Your Honor."
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, "You may continue."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
The court said, "Do you want the question to be read back?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Yes, that would be great."
The witness said, "Yes."
The court said, "Go ahead."
Record read. By Mr. Kamraju.
One of the actions that the trustee filed is against G clubs, correct?
I believe so.
And one of the actions the trustees filed is against ACA, correct?
I believe so.
One of the actions it filed is against Golden State, New York, correct? Golden Spring, New York. My apologies.
Golden Spring, yes.
Same with GTV, correct?
I don't recall whether GTV was named in an action.
Okay. Have you ever reviewed the indictment in this case?
I don't recall if I read the entire indictment.
Okay. Have you read some of it?
I believe I read some of it.
Okay. Do you remember that G Clubs is part of the indictment in this case?
I do not.
Now are you aware that the government could seek to pause the bankruptcy case?
No.
Okay. The government could seek to file a motion to ask the bankruptcy case to be stayed, right?
I believe any party could theoretically file that motion.
Sure. So them too, right?
If you're referring to the government, yes.
Yes. Right? And if that were successful, that would mean that during the period of the pause, there would be no more fees for you, right?
If you're referring to my firm.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Your firm.
I don't know what the bankruptcy court would do during a pause of the case. There's still administrative things that would take place even if the bankruptcy case was paused.
The court said, "Please speak into the microphone."
The witness said, "I'm sorry."
There would still be administrative proceedings that would take place even if the case was paused, from the sense that no litigation would be going on. There are still obligations. Monthly obligations of documents that have to be filed in the case just to keep it going and alive, frankly, so.
So it's fair to say that your fees would be less.
There would be less work, yes.
Right. And the same is true of Mr. Despins' firm, correct?
Yes.
Now are you aware that Mr. Despins discussed the possibility of a pause with the prosecutors?
I am not.
Now there came a time when you and Mr. Despins filed what's called a civil RICO complaint, right?
In the bankruptcy proceeding, yes.
And you sued a bunch of people, right?
Yes.
And that was all to seek a recovery for the estate, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, you would actually be able to recover triple damages, correct?
One of the claims would include a treble damage claim, yes.
And so if you won on that, that would bring in even more money into the estate, right?
Yes.
So even greater than the other adversary proceedings that you had filed, right?
Yes.
And again, that would be more money available to pay your firm's fees, right?
There would be more money in the estate to pay all fees and all creditors.
Okay. So that includes Mr. Despins' fees as well, right?
And all the other professionals in the case, yes.
Sure. Everybody is getting paid from that bankruptcy, right?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, "Sustained."
Now almost immediately after that civil RICO case was filed, Mr. Despins asked for it to be paused, right?
There was a motion filed in the bankruptcy case to pause or stay that action, yes.
Okay. And your firm filed that motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review it before it was filed?
Yes.
Okay. And I take for granted that you know as a lawyer you have to be truthful to the court, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now one of the reasons that Mr. Despins told the bankruptcy court that he wanted to stay the RICO cases was to avoid interfering with the criminal prosecution. Correct?
Yes.
And in particular, he told the bankruptcy court that he wanted to avoid having to depose any of the witnesses that may be called by the government. Correct?
I don't recall that specific allegation in the motion. But I do recall the statement that he wanted to pause that RICO case because of this criminal proceeding.
Okay. Let me see if I can help you. Mr. Kumraju said, "Can we pull that up? Just for the witness and the parties, please. And let me know when it's on your screen, sir. Thank you. Okay. Could you just review this paragraph just to yourself, please? Okay. Does that refresh your recollection about one of the reasons being avoiding the possibility of deposing witnesses in the criminal case?
Yes. This refers to staying depositions in the main bankruptcy case. Not in connection with the RICO case, which was why I didn't recall that. But this is asking for staying depositions in the main bankruptcy case.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Could we go to paragraph 26? Okay. Just review that. Now if the RICO case was paused. Mr. Kumraju said, we can take that down. If the RICO case was paused, then there would be no depositions in that case either, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What's a deposition?
It's an out-of-court examination or questioning of a witness under oath.
And if there were a deposition in the RICO case? The trustees' counsel would have an opportunity to question them, right, the witness?
If it's a deposition noticed by the trustees' counsel, yes.
Okay. But even if Mr. Guo's counsel noticed the deposition, wouldn't trustees' counsel have an opportunity to ask questions?
Presumably.
Right. So if the trustee noticed the deposition, then Mr. Guo's counsel would have an opportunity. Correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, are we getting into hypotheticals? And it's also outside the scope.
The court said, I'll permit some exploration of this.
Mr. Kumraju said, I'm almost done, Your Honor.
The court said yes.
Let me make the question simple. In the event of a deposition, Mr. Guo's counsel may have an opportunity to question the witness, correct?
Yes.
And that would include witnesses that the government intended to call at this trial, if they were served with a deposition subpoena.
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection. Calls for speculation.
Mr. Kumraju said, I'd like to finish the question, please.
The court said, You're not finished?
Mr. Kumraju said, I have now finished.
The court said, It does call for speculation, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay.
By Mr. Kumraju.
Until that stay is lifted, there will be no depositions in the RICO case, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Mr. Despins wanted, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection.
The court said, Sustained.
That's what Mr. Despins told the bankruptcy court, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, I don't know if that question was answered. You may answer.
It's what was included in the motion that we filed for Mr. Despins, yes.
And you're aware that's what the prosecutors want, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection, Your Honor. He can't do that. And that misstates the testimony.
The court said, He can't know what the prosecutors want.
Mr. Kumraju said, No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ferguson said, That's not what we want. That's fine.
The court said, Redirect.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka, you were just asked just a moment ago questions about the stay of the bankruptcy proceedings. The stay of the trustee's civil RICO case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Kwok moved to stay the bankruptcy prior to the trustee making that motion?
Yes.
And he moved actually 2 times to stay the bankruptcy?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Kwok, correct?
Correct.
That wasn't the government that made that motion, correct?
Correct.
The court said, And what do you understand the meaning of moved?
The witness said, There was a motion filed.
The court said, What do you understand is a motion?
The witness said, It's a pleading, a document filed by a party to ask, in this case, to stay the Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings of the debtor.
The court said, Go ahead.
Mr. Ferguson said, Thank you, Your Honor.
By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka, you were asked early on about the PAX lawsuit. Do you remember those questions on cross?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether, under Chinese law, there are death sentences. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What court was the PAX lawsuit filed in?
New York Supreme Court.
Is that in the United States?
Yes.
When Mr. Kwok was the subject of that lawsuit, was he in the United States?
Yes.
Does the New York court, where that lawsuit took place, apply New York law?
Yes.
Does it apply Chinese law?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection. Calls for a legal conclusion.
The court said, sustained.
Who is the judge?
In the PAX litigation.
In the PAX litigation?
The judge in the PAX litigation is Judge Ostrager.
To your knowledge, is he a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection. Calls for speculation.
The court said, if he knows.
I don't know.
Does he apply New York law in his cases?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, objection. Calls for a legal conclusion.
The court said, well, he may apply New York law and he may apply other law, depending on what is correct in the case.
Mr. Ferguson said, that's fair, Your Honor. That's fair, Your Honor.
By Mr. Ferguson.
You were also asked questions about the timing of the PAX lawsuit. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, could we pull up Defense Exhibit 7006? Mr. Skalka, is this the complaint that started the PAX lawsuit?
It's the cover sheet for the complaint, yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Defense Exhibit 7006.
Mr. Kumraju said, objection, hearsay.
The court said, the complaint is not already in evidence?
Mr. Ferguson said, no, Your Honor. It's a defense exhibit. The government is offering it.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Ms. Loftus, can you show?
By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka. Do you recall the exact details in the complaint about what happened before the date of the filing of this complaint?
Yes.
And what did PAX allege happened prior to their filing this complaint?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection. Hearsay.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, I may need a sidebar then.
The court said, okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Ferguson said, so yesterday, Mr. Kumraju objected to my asking this question. I said, is there going to be any cross on the fact, suggesting that PAX was acting as an agent of the Chinese Communist Party? Mr. Kumraju said he may ask the date. He asked the date and then he also asked, and you're aware that date was, the day before a red notice was filed by the Chinese Communist Party? Or are you aware that was the day before Miles Guo gave a Voice of America interview? So now there's a suggestion that this complaint, this entire lawsuit, was filed in conjunction with the red notice and with the Voice of America interview. That's not what the complaint itself even says. It talks about how they issued demand letters 2 years prior. They issued demand letters to Mr. Guo in 2015, they issued another demand letter in 2016, and then they filed. A year before this complaint, a proceeding in the BVI to put the entity, Shiny Times, that was the subject of the loan, into liquidation proceedings in the British Virgin Islands. If we're not allowed to elicit that fact, it completely distorts the picture of what this lawsuit was for the jury. And it will allow them to sum up in an incredibly misleading way its summations. And I understand that Mr. Kumraju was eliciting those things on cross to go to defendant's state of mind. Well, then the government can at least show what the complaint itself that Mr. Kwok read and supposedly had this state of mind that, oh, this must be a Communist Party plot. The government should be allowed to show what that complaint actually alleged happened before the date the complaint was filed.
The court said, how do you propose to elicit the testimony?
Mr. Ferguson said, I think the simplest way is just to offer the complaint and say it could be offered for its effect.
The court said, the whole thing?
Mr. Ferguson said, yeah, just offer it. It's 11 pages.
Mr. Kumraju said, there's no evidence in the record that Mr. Guo read the complaint.
Mr. Ferguson said, he filed an answer, Your Honor, and he testified that he filed an answer.
Mr. Kumraju said, so there's still no evidence that Mr. Guo read the complaint. The fact that the lawyers filed an answer is not evidence that Mr. Guo read the complaint, which is in English. By the way. Second. Everything Mr. Ferguson started with was they want to talk about the complaint for purposes of showing there was a demand letter and there was an action in BVI and there were these collection efforts. All of that is just for the truth.
Mr. Ferguson said, it's.
Mr. Kumraju said, so, excuse me. May I finish, please?
Mr. Ferguson said, I'm sorry.
Mr. Kumraju said, so if they're offering it for the truth, then obviously it's hearsay. If they're offering it for state of mind, they would have to have some evidence that Mr. Guo read it or saw it. Which is consistent with your Honor's prior ruling, and if they are offering it for some other purpose, then they need to establish it. But if they really want to get into Pax's motivations for filing it, then call a PX witness. But putting in a hearsay document because they have concerns about the way we're going to sum up is not the way the evidence works.
Mr. Ferguson said, we have no objection to Your Honor instructing the jury that this document is not coming in only for its effects.
Mr. Kumraju said, you still don't have evidence he read it.
Mr. Ferguson said, this wasn't a third-party litigation. Mr. Guo was the defendant. This litigation was going on for years. He was threatened to be put in jail. He filed an answer. He was deposed. He was also served with the complaint.
The court said, all right. I'm going to allow that.
Continued on next page. In open court.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Defense Exhibit 7006.
The court said, so the objection is overruled and the document is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 7006 received in evidence.
Mr. Kumraju said, with a limiting instruction, Your Honor.
The court said yes. The complaint is not being offered for the truth of the statements contained in the complaint, only for its effect upon the reader.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Loftus, if we could scroll down.
By Mr. Ferguson.
Now, Mr. Skalka, could you read paragraph 1, please?
This is a straightforward breach of contract case. Kwok Ho Wan.
And you can skip the A/K/S.
A reported billionaire. And his controlled entities borrowed millions of dollars from Plaintiff Pacific Alliance Asia Opportunity Fund LP. Pax LP, but have failed to pay any of the amount owed to Pax LP under binding written agreements.
Mr. Ferguson said, and if we could zoom out, Ms. Loftus. Let's scroll down, please. Scroll down. Keep scrolling down. And keep scrolling down, Ms. Loftus. Keep going, please. You can go more quickly. Yeah, keep going. All right. I'm sorry. Scroll back up, please. Sorry. One more.
By Mr. Ferguson.
Okay. Now towards the bottom, Mr. Skalka. Do you see the bold that says Pax LP seeks to enforce its contractual rights and collect amounts owed?
I see that.
All right. Can you read paragraph 38, please?
On October 16, 2015. After the deeds of settlement and option agreement were terminated and the 2011 facility letter reverted to being in full force and effect, Pax LP sent a written notice of demand, the notice of demand, to Kwok's address in Hong Kong, as specified under the terms of the personal guarantee.
Generally speaking, what's a notice of demand?
In this case, written notice of demand is a letter demanding a full payment, or payment on an obligation or a debt.
And this was alleged to be sent in 2015, right?
That's what the allegation is, yes.
And is that around a year and a half before the ultimate filing of this lawsuit in April 2017?
Yes. Down.
Mr. Ferguson said, let's zoom out, please. Let's scroll next page. Can you read paragraph 40?
Kwok never responded to the notice of demand.
Can you read paragraph 41, please?
On February 19, 2016, Pax LP sent a letter to Shiny Times demanding payment of $82,219,404.08 due and owing under the 2011 facility letter, the Shiny Times demand letter, which represented the principal plus contractual interest of 15% per annum calculated up to the date of the Shiny Times demand letter.
And February 2016, is that over a year before the ultimate filing of this lawsuit in New York court?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Can we zoom out, please?" Now can you read the first sentence of paragraph 43, please?
When Shiny Times did not respond, Pax LP submitted an application to court in the British Virgin Islands, BVI, on February 29, 2016. Seeking the appointment of joint liquidators to put Shiny Times, which is a BVI corporation, into liquidation. The application alleged that,
And that's good, Mr. Skalka. Is that also over a year before this New York State court action was filed?
It's about a year.
Mr. Ferguson said, "All right. We can take that down." You were asked questions about whether, withdrawn. Mr. Ferguson said, "If we could pull up, Ms. Loftus, Government Exhibit 1407 and go to page 7. And if we could zoom on the bottom portion, part 7. Mr. Skalka, do you see the first sentence says, 'I have examined this petition, and I declare under penalty of perjury that the information provided is true and correct?'
Yes.
Is there any exception in this document for being targeted by the CCP?
No.
If you're targeted by the CCP, do the perjury laws not apply?"
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion."
The court said, sustained.
Does this document say that the perjury laws do not apply if you're targeted by the CCP?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Document speaks for itself."
The court said, sustained.
Now, Mr. Skalka. You were also asked questions about the summary judgment ruling entered by Justice Ostrager?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about how G clubs didn't pay that fine, correct?
Correct.
Or, I'm sorry, that judgment. And you were also asked the same about the contempt fines, right?
Yes.
You were asked how G clubs didn't pay that and the Himalaya Exchange didn't pay that, correct?
Yes.
Who lent the money for the $37 million loan that kept the PAX litigation stayed? What was the entity?
Himalaya International Finance or Financial Group.
Are you aware that that entity is connected to Himalaya Exchange?
I believe there is a connection.
By the way, do you know why Migwa needed a loan to pay that money?
Ms. Guo's attorneys had alleged in the bankruptcy proceeding that the only asset of HK USA was the Lady May.
And do you know why Migwa didn't give HK USA the money herself and instead got a loan?
I do not.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection. Calls for speculation."
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Ferguson said, "I'm just asking if he knows." He doesn't know. Do you know why the initial loan agreement said ACA Capital?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Same objection."
I don't.
The court said, sustained.
Do you know why it was changed to Himalaya International Financial Group?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Same objection."
The court said, sustained.
You were also asked what happened ultimately to that $37 million. Why did the bankruptcy judge find it was part of the bankruptcy estate?
The judge made a finding that HK USA was an alter ego of the debtor and therefore made a finding that the Lady May was property of Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy estate and the funds in escrow were property of Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy estate.
You were asked several questions about the Office of the U.S. Trustee, Department of Justice.
The court said, one moment. It's time for our break.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Oh."
The court said, so members of the jury, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't permit others to discuss it in your presence. Don't read or watch or listen to anything from any source that touches upon the subject matter of this case. Sir, you can step out. Don't discuss your testimony.
Jury not present. Witness not present.
The court said you may be seated, and we'll have a sidebar.
Page 4162 sealed by order of the court. Afternoon session 12 p.m.
The court said, please have the jurors brought in.
The law clerk said, "Jury entering."
Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Remember, sir, that you're still under oath, and you may continue the redirect.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Thank you."
By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka. You were also asked questions on cross about the office of the U.S. trustee in bankruptcy proceeding?
Yes.
Is that also the same or a different office from my office?
It is different. Their role is to oversee the administration of bankruptcy in every federal district in the country.
You also were asked on cross about how targeting by the CCP and issues related to that made this bankruptcy unique. You remember those questions?
Yes.
And you said I guess that could be one factor about what made it unique. What were some of the other factors that made this bankruptcy unique?
The fact that the debtor indicated that he had virtually no assets on his bankruptcy schedule, but listed over $373 million of liability. It was unusual to me in my experience as a bankruptcy attorney. As I noted, I believe earlier, the fact that there were protests associated with the bankruptcy case was unique. To be frank, most bankruptcy cases are fairly dry. They're disputes over money. So it's not uncommon to see a lot of debts and disputes over how those debts are going to be paid. But usually you don't see protests and bankruptcy courts getting involved with providing restraining orders and First Amendment right claim in a bankruptcy proceeding. That's unusual.
Mr. Ferguson said, "No further questions."
The court said recross.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor, just briefly."
Recross examination. By Mr. Kumraju.
Can we have DX 7006, please? This is a complaint, right, sir?
Yes.
The complaint filed by PX?
Yes.
So PX decides what to put in here, right?
It's my understanding.
And these are PAX's allegations, right?
Correct.
And you have no way of knowing if any of what's in here is true, right?
I know their allegations, and I know what the court found. That's my knowledge.
An allegation is just an allegation, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Guo denied the allegation, right?
Correct.
And this complaint was filed online, correct?
It was filed with the New York County Clerk electronically, but online. Not necessarily on the internet. What do you mean by online, I guess?
Not to get too inside baseball. When you file something electronically, you go on the internet and file it, right?
Yes.
Can we pull up DX STIP 0001, please? Can we go down? You see paragraph 5 there?
Yes.
Could you read the first sentence?
To carry out some of the objectives of Fox Hunt in 2017, the PRC government tasked a specially designated group of operatives. The group, with discrediting and harassing individuals, including Mr. Guo, by using interactive computer services and electronic communication systems.
We can pull that down. 2017, that was the year that the PX litigation started, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next paragraph? Can you read the second sentence, please?
In May 2017, the PRC government sent 4 undeclared agents from the PRC Ministry of State Security, MSS, to the United States to attempt to cause Mr. Guo's coerced repatriation to the PRC as part of a Fox Hunt initiative.
May 2017, that's the month after PX filed its litigation, right?
I think it was a couple months after. I believe it was filed in February of 2017.
Mr. Kumraju said, "No further questions."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Just one question."
Redirect examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka, are you a Chinese spy?
No.
Mr. Kumraju said, "One last one."
Recross examination. By Mr. Kumraju.
If you were a Chinese spy, would you tell us?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Calls for speculation, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may step out, and the government may call its next witness."
Witness excused.
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor." The government calls Owen Foley.
Owen Foley, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said, Please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, Owen Foley, first name Owen, last name Foley.
The court said, Mr. Foley, I need you to speak right into the microphone.
The witness said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, you may inquire.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor.
Direct examination. By Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon, Mr. Foley.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work at the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York.
What is your position at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York?
I'm a paralegal specialist.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a paralegal specialist?
Assisting the Assistant United States Attorney with discovery legal process, trial preparation.
How long have you been a paralegal at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York?
Just about 2 years.
Besides your testimony today in preparation for that testimony, did you have any involvement in this case?
I did not, no.
In advance of your testimony, were you asked to review a government exhibit and verify the accuracy of information in it?
I was.
And when were you asked to review that summary chart?
Roughly a week ago.
Did you review the summary chart for accuracy?
I did.
Is the summary chart based on voluminous records?
It is.
Were those records provided to you by the government?
They were.
What types of exhibits, generally speaking, is the summary chart based on?
They were loan payments.
Who decided which exhibits you reviewed and what information to include in the summary chart?
You did.
Did you note corrections to the summary chart to make sure that it was accurate after your review?
I did.
Was the chart revised to reflect your corrections?
It was.
After the chart was revised, is it now accurate?
Yes.
Just to be clear, Mr. Foley, did you review all of the evidence gathered in the government's case here or just the summary chart and the exhibits it's based on?
Just the summary chart and the exhibits that it's based on.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if you could please put up GX Stip 8, which is in evidence. It's a stipulation between the parties. This reads on page 2 that the parties stipulate and agree that Government Exhibits 1601 through 1849 were lawfully obtained by the government and are authentic business records of the entity indicated on the face of the exhibit that were made at or near the time by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge of the matter set forth in the record. Such records were kept in the course of a regularly conducted activity, and it was the regular practice of that entity to make the records. On the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. GX Stip 8 also indicates that government exhibits listed in this stipulation, including Government Exhibit 1601 through 1849, may be received as evidence. And Your Honor, pursuant to Stip 8. At this time the government offers the following government exhibits for admission. Government Exhibits 1628, 1630, 1631, 1632, 1634, 1636, 1637, 1639, 1643, 1644, and 1646.
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's Exhibits 1628, 1630, 1631, 1632, 1634, 1636, 1637, 1639, 1643, 1644, and 1646 received in evidence. By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Loftus, we can put that down. And if you could please put up for the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit Z13. Mr. Foley, do you recognize the document in front of you?
I do.
Is that the summary chart you reviewed in preparation for your testimony today?
It is.
Did you review all of the exhibits this summary chart is based on?
Yes.
Are those exhibits indicated by exhibit number on this chart?
Yes.
Is the chart accurate based on your review?
It is.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit Z13.
Mr. Skirrick said, Your Honor, if I may have one moment.
Ms. Murray said, "Could we just have a moment, please, Your Honor?"
The court said, "Are you ready?"
Ms. Murray said, "We just need another moment, Your Honor." "Thank you very much."
The court said, "Okay."
Mr. Foley, if you could take a look at the document that's on your screen. This is marked for identification as Government Exhibit Z-13. And I'm going to give it to Defense Counsel to look at it as well. Is this the summary chart that you reviewed in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
Ms. Murray said, "Defense Counsel is reviewing it before I move to admit." At this time, the government moves to admit Government Exhibit Z-13.
Mr. Skirek said, "No objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit Z-13 received in evidence. By Ms. Murray.
If we could please publish. Mr. Foley, looking at this summary chart, what is the title of this chart?
G Club Loan Agreements and Select Investments.
And generally speaking, what type of agreements are summarized in this Exhibit Z-13?
Various loans ranging from $1 million to $60 million US.
And looking at the second column here, who is the lender of the majority of these loans that are reflected on Z-13?
G Club Operations, LLC.
Mr. Foley, do you know what G Club Operations, LLC is?
I do not.
Looking at the borrower column, what is the borrower listed as reflected for the majority of the loans?
Majority of them are G Club International Limited.
Mr. Foley, do you know what G Club International Limited is?
I do not.
I'd like to look at the various different fields that are reflected in this exhibit. Starting on the leftmost column, what information is reflected there for the loans that are summarized here?
The leftmost column is the date of the loan.
And then the next column, what is that information?
The lender.
The third column, what does that indicate?
The lender signatory.
And looking at rows 2 and 3, is there?
The court said, "What does signatory mean?"
The witness said, "The name signed on the loan."
The court said, "Go ahead."
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor." Looking at rows 2 and 3, there's no lender signatory listed there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Going to the next column, borrower, what information is reflected there?
The borrower was the name of the borrower listed in the lease agreement in the underlying documents.
And then the next column, what individuals' names are reflected there, if any?
The borrower signatory.
And then the following column is titled Fund Receiver. What information does that reflect from the loan agreements?
The name of the individual or organization that was designated as the fund receiver in the loan agreements.
In the following two columns, first there's amount and then currency. Can you explain what information is reflected there?
The amount was the amount listed on the underlying loan agreement. And the currency was the currency of that amount. A majority are US dollars. There are payments for GPB and CHF as well.
And finally, the rightmost column. Does that reflect the government exhibit numbers of the supporting documents?
Yes, it does.
We can take this down for a moment, Ms. Loftus. I'd like to look at one of those underlying loan agreements. Mr. Foley, and then, we'll look at the chart. Ms. Loftus, if you could please pull up GXGC 515. And zoom in on the text portion, please. Mr. Foley, what is the name of the entity listed at the top of this document?
Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP.
And do you know what Hamilton Digital Assets is?
I do not.
What information does this reflect, the first bold entry here?
The transfer is from G Club Operations LLC.
And what is the transfer to based on this document?
G Club International Limited.
And the name of the fund?
Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP.
Now looking at the effective date of the transfer, what date is listed there?
March 6, 2021.
And the next field indicates $2 amounts with different dates. Can you read each of those, please?
The first one is $20 million on May 6, 2021, and the second is $15 million on May 13, 2021.
Mr. Foley. There are two signatures on this document. Who is the first one based on the typed information below the line?
Howren he.
And what is the title listed for Howren he there?
UBO.
That's on behalf of which party to this agreement?
The transferor.
The next signature, Mr. Foley, what's the type name for that one?
Howren he.
By what title?
Director.
That's on behalf of what entity to this agreement?
The transferee.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please pull up alongside Z13. If we could focus in on the second and third rows of Z13. It's fine if it kind of overlaps. Mr. Foley. Looking at these entries, is there any way to make it larger, Ms. Loftus? Looking at these entries. The second and third entries here on Z13. Do those reflect the information that we just looked at in the legal agreement in GXGC 515?
Yes.
And looking at the dates listed here, the first date in the zoomed out portion is May 6, 2201. What is the dollar amount that's listed for that particular entry?
$20 million.
And looking at the document on the left, GXGC 515, where do we see that information on the loan agreement?
In the fifth bolded section under amount of transfer.
And same question with respect to the second row that's highlighted from GXZ13 here. What is the date listed for that entry?
May 13, 2021.
And the dollar amount associated with that transfer?
$15 million.
Where do we see that in the source document GXGC 515?
Under the section of the amount of the transfer.
And looking at the portion of GXC 13, the parties that are listed here for fund receiver and Ms. Loftus. Perhaps we can zoom out and zoom in, including the header. Fund receiver for these entries are listed as Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP. Where do we see that information reflected in the loan agreement that's on the left?
Beneath the third bolded section that says name of the fund.
And then looking all the way to the right, Mr. Foley, the GX number that's listed for those two entries. GXGC 515, is that the government exhibit number for the source document that we're seeing on the left of our screen?
Yes.
Ms. Loftus, we can take up 515 and leave up Z13. Mr. Foley, generally speaking. The exercise that we just went through. Is that the process that you undertook to verify the accuracy of the information in Z13?
It is.
If we could just read through some of the entries on this chart, Mr. Foley. So starting with the first entry, what was the date of that loan agreement?
January 15, 2021.
Who was the lender?
G Club Operation, LLC.
Who was the borrower for that loan?
Jovial Century International Limited.
And what individual signed that loan agreement on behalf of Jovial Century International Limited?
Howren he.
And who was listed in that loan agreement as the fund receiver?
Fiesta Property Developments, Limited.
And what was the amount and the currency for that loan?
It was £10 million sterling.
Do you know what GBP stands for?
I do not.
Ms. Loftus, could we please pull up GXGC 544? That's the source document for this entry. If we can't do that, let's go back to Z13. If we could zoom in on the text portion so it's a bit larger, please. Mr. Foley. On this document on the bottom left there. Do you see kind of a key that indicates what italic indicate on this summary chart?
Yes.
What do the italics indicate?
The loan was not fully executed.
What does that mean, not fully executed?
It was missing one or more of the signatures.
And looking at the entries on this summary chart. Are the italics for the execution status of the loan documents, are those listed in the GX column on the far right?
Yes.
Now, the loans that are reflected on this summary chart, Mr. Foley. What was the total US dollar and or other currency amount of loans that were fully executed based on the exhibits you reviewed?
Total was $110 million and £10 million sterling.
And what was the total of the loans reflected on this chart that were not fully executed, either missing one or both signatures?
$192 million and 10 million Swiss francs.
Do you know what CHF stands for?
I do not.
And looking, Mr. Foley, at the next box, the total combined for all of the loans reflected on this chart. What is the total US dollar amount and the total amount additionally in GBP and CHF?
$302 million, 10 million pounds sterling and 10 million Swiss francs.
Focusing again on those first. Or the second and third entry that we looked at the document for the Hamilton Digital Assets, Ms. Loftus. If we could please pull up GXSCB 13 and go to the second page. If we could zoom in on the text portion, please. Mr. Foley, have you ever seen this before?
I have not.
What is the entity name listed on the top left here?
Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP.
Looking on the right, what is the text that's indicated on the right of this government exhibit?
US dollar transactions from January 1, 2021 to January 18, 2022.
Mr. Foley, the way you read the second date there, can you explain why you read it in that manner?
It's date, month, year.
Ms. Loftus, focusing on the first two lines here. Mr. Foley, do you see that first entry? Can you read the transaction date and the value date?
The transaction date was May 6, 2021, and the value was $20 million.
And what is listed under payment receipt, description?
Payment receipt G Club Operations, LLC.
Mr. Foley, same question for the second line there. What is the transaction date listed?
May 13, 2021.
What's the description of that particular transaction?
Payment receipt G Club Operations, LLC.
And then looking in the credit column, what is the amount of that transaction?
$15 million.
So let's go back please, Ms. Loftus, to Z13. Mr. Foley, the information we just saw on that bank record. Is that the same information reflected in the second and third row of this summary chart?
It is.
I'd like to look at one other example with you. If we could look a few rows down. There's an entry on June 23, 2021. Do you see that, Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Can you read the lender for that particular transaction and the lender's signatory?
The lender is G Club Operations LLC and the lender signatory is Limori Reyes Molinares.
And what is the borrower and the borrower's signatory for that entry?
The borrower is G Club International Limited and the borrower signatory is Howren He.
What's the fund receiver listed for this particular loan?
Yield Ester LP.
Do you know what Yield Ester is?
I do not.
Ms. Loftus, if we can pull up Government Exhibit 1639. If we could go to the next page, please. Mr. Foley looking at, if we could zoom in on the first two items on this page, please. Looking at item 1. What is listed as the dollar amount of this loan?
$3 million.
And under item 2, can you read the first sentence of that up until the words, registered address?
The borrower intends to use the loan to invest in Yield Ester LP, fund receiver, registered in Delaware, USA, and having its registered address at.
We can zoom out of that. Going to the first page, focusing on the top portion. Pardon, the second page. What is the effective date of this particular loan agreement?
June 21, 2021.
The lender entities that are listed here?
G Club Operations LLC.
And the borrower entities that are listed here?
G Club International Limited.
Ms. Loftus, we can zoom out of that. Finally, Mr. Foley, there's an entry on Z13, if we can pull that up. Ms. Loftus. It's on the bottom quarter of the chart. The date is November 23, 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the lender for that loan and the lender's signatory? November 23, 2021 is what we're looking at.
The lender is G Club Operations LLC, and the lender signatory is Limori Reyes Molinares.
And the borrower and the signatory for the borrower to that loan?
The borrower is G Club International Limited, and the borrower signatory is Howren He.
And what is the dollar amount of that loan from G Club Operations LLC to G Club International Limited?
$50 million.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please go to Government Exhibit MR 204 and go to row 135. Mr. Foley. Have you ever seen this document before?
No, I have not.
There are some column titles along the top row 1 in this document. Do you see the title for the column B entity?
Yes.
What is listed as the entity for the row that's highlighted row 135?
G Club International Limited.
And what is the date listed?
December 2nd, 2021.
What type of transaction does this reflect?
A withdrawal.
And what is the dollar amount of that withdrawal?
$50 million.
Thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can go back to Z13 one more time. Mr. Foley. On this exhibit there are a couple of asterisks that are indicated and some text on the bottom left. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that information that's reflected in the source loan documents that you reviewed?
It is.
And does that indicate that certain of these entries reflect amendments to other entries that are the loan chart?
Yes.
Mr. Foley, looking at the last entry as an example. Borrower and borrower signatory are listed as Guo. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know who that individual is?
I do not.
Ms. Murray said, "May I have a moment, Your Honor?"
The court said you may.
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor." Mr. Foley, aside from your testimony today, do you have any knowledge of any facts in this case?
I do not.
Did you have any involvement in the government's investigation in this case beyond reviewing the summary chart and the underlying exhibits for accuracy?
No, I did not.
Ms. Murray said, "Nothing further, Your Honor."
The court said, cross-examination.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Skirick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Foley. Good afternoon. You testified that you're a paralegal with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Correct. That the government lawyer first asked you to testify in this case just about a week ago, right? Correct. And you didn't really know anything about this case before the folks sitting at the government table asked you to testify. Fair? Correct. And you didn't do any paralegal work for the folks sitting at the government's table in connection with this case. I did not, no. And you didn't investigate any of the loans or investments that you just went through in the chart. Fair? Fair. And so really the only thing that you know is what I think we sort of covered on direct is what the government lawyer showed you. Fair? Correct. Now, how many times did you meet with the government lawyers before you testified here today? 2 to 3 times. Including this morning? Not this morning, no. Yesterday. Briefly maybe. Fair enough. Now, the chart GXE 13 that you just looked at a few moments ago, you didn't make that chart. Right. No, I did not, no. Who made it? AUSA Julie Murray. And how many drafts of this draft were there? I'm not aware of how many drafts there were before it was given to me. Unfair question. How many drafts are you aware of? 3. And you were only asked to review the chart for accuracy based on the information that you were given. Right. Correct. And is it fair to say that you were only given the documents that showed up in the far right-hand column of that chart? Correct. And if we could just pull up the chart for reference briefly. Just to be clear for the jury. When I said the columns in the far right column, that's the GX column, right? Correct. That's all you had access to. Yes. Now, as a result, you didn't really review any additional G Club document that might have been related to these loans, fair? Fair, just the items in the far right column. You didn't have access to a review, for example, of any related corporate resolutions. No. Or any related email correspondence? No. Or any other documents that may have explained what the reasons or purpose of any of the transactions were? Right. No. And you also didn't review any bank records, is that fair too? No. Is it accurate to say you didn't review any bank records, just to be clear? Just the loan records here. Now, we'll just go back to the chart here briefly. At the top the title reads G Club Loan Agreements and Select Investments, right? Correct. And Select Investments withdrawn. The select investments that are referred to in the title in this chart, those were selected by the prosecutors. Right. Yes. So it's not all investments, right, as far as you know? I have no knowledge of that. In any event, the chart says select investments. Yes. I want to clarify one thing that I think you testified to on direct, just to be clear. I believe you may have testified that the documents that you looked at were loan payments. Now I think we just cleared up that you didn't really look at any payments, right? They were loan agreements. Loan agreements. You didn't look at bank records. So you don't know whether there were actually any payments related to these loan agreements, right? Correct. Just to be clear, we're not talking about payments when we looked at this schedule.
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
I'll move on. Now, there are two separate G Club entities listed in this chart, is that right? Correct. G Club operations. Yes. If we're focusing on the first row under lender, and then there's G Club International Limited. For example, on the July 26, 2021 entry, right? Correct. And those are different entities, right? They have different names. As far as you know, different entities.
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now, the loans for both of these entities are put together in the same chart though, right? Yes. Now, if we could just highlight the first row, the January 15, 2021 row. Now, with the exception of row 1 that we're looking at here. For every loan that this chart says that G Club's operations made, G Clubs International is the borrower, is that right? And I want you to take a second to look at it closely to make sure that you understand. Sorry. Could you repeat the question one more time? Sure. And I think if we move that up so the witness can take a look at the chart. Can you see the balance of the chart here? Yes. So the question is, for every loan made by G Club's operations, G Clubs International is the borrower. That is correct. And to your understanding, is G Club International the sole member of G Club's operations? I have no knowledge of that. Well, let's see if we can pull up GX 1630. If we can go to page 2, please. Now, GX 1630 is among the documents that you reviewed in preparing this chart, right? Correct. And if we can please zoom in on the top where it says lender and borrower. If we can just focus on the whereas clause that's in the middle there under recitals. Do you see there at the top where it says, whereas the borrower is lender's sole member? Yes. Does that indicate to you that the borrower here, G Club International, is the sole member of G Club's operations?
Ms. Murray said, objection, Your Honor, document speaks for itself.
The court said, sustained.
Do you see that there? Yes. Now, the sole member means that G Club International owns G Club operations, right?
Ms. Murray said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, I'm asking his understanding. He put together the chart.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, that misrepresent his testimony. He verified the accuracy of the chart. He did not prepare it. This is beyond direct.
Mr. Skirek said, I didn't characterize his testimony. I'm asking his understanding.
The court said, do you understand?
The witness said, do I understand what the borrower is the lender's sole member means?
The court said, is that the question?
I'm asking if he understands that that means that G Clubs International owns G Club's operation as the sole member. There's no other members. I have no way of verifying that. Do you know what member means in the context of a limited liability corporation? Not in this context, no. So you reading what we just reviewed on GX 1630. That doesn't mean anything to you about the ownership of the entities.
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now, if we go to, I'll move on from this. If we can please go to pull up, actually, you know what? Let's do this quickly. If we can go back to 1630 and scroll to page 2. We're going to go to GC 544. Again, Mr. Foley. This is one of the documents that you reviewed in connection with the chart. I believe so, yes. And now this is called a facility agreement. Do you see that? Yes. And it's entered into between three entities, G Club Operations, Jovial Century International Limited and Fiesta Property Developments. You see that? Correct. If we can scroll down to page 2 under Parties. And we can see here that the lender is G Club's Operations. Correct. And the borrower is Jovial Century International, right? Correct. And if we go to the top of if we go down a little bit further. The fund receiver is Fiesta Property Development, right? Yes. Now if we scroll down to the background section, you see the background section. Yes. And it says there, the borrower is the 100% shareholder of lender, right? Yes. Does that mean to you that Jovial, which is the borrower, is the 100% owner of G Club's operation?
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, objection. The document speaks for itself.
The court said, sustained.
We'll keep reading here. The next sentence says, the ultimate beneficial owner of the borrower is the same as that of the fund receiver. Do you see that? Yes. Do you know what ultimate beneficial owner means? Not in this context. I believe you testified on direct that Mr. He was the ultimate beneficial owner of one of the entities.
Ms. Murray said, objection, mischaracterizes his testimony.
The court said, sustained.
The relationship between and amongst the entities listed in this chart, if any, isn't displayed in the chart, is that fair? Just the relationship of lender and receiver. So, in other words, just to be clear. In other words, to the extent that some or more than one of these entities owns the other entities or has an interest in the other entities. That's not reflected in the chart. Yes. Is it also true that the terms of the loan agreements are not reflected in this chart? That is correct. Now, if we just go back to the chart GXE 13. Now, is it fair to say that with the exception of the first entry in this chart for which the underlying agreement we just reviewed? Is that fair? We just reviewed that underlying agreement. Yes. With the exception of that entry and agreement. This chart does not reflect any of the underlying agreements between the borrower and the fund receiver.
Ms. Murray said, objection to form, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Does the chart, apart from the first entry, reflect any relationship between the borrower and the fund receiver?
Ms. Murray said, object to form. Again, I'm not sure what the question is.
I'll back it up. So the chart reflects a relationship between the lender and the borrower, right? Like it characterizes one entity as the lender and it characterizes another as a borrower. Correct. It's reflecting a relationship between the two entities.
Ms. Murray said, objection to the follow-up question about the relationship.
The court said, so you can take the questions separately. He answered yes to the characterization of one party as the lender and the other as the borrower. Now you can ask the relationship question.
Sure. One column shows that a certain set of entities is the lender and the other column shows that the other set of entities is a borrower. Fair? Yes. Would you agree with me that that means that the chart reflects the nature of the relationship between them as to the transactions listed here? Yes. Now, if we move to the right with this chart, the relationship between the borrower entity in that column and the relationship between the fund receiver entity is not reflected in this chart. Right.
Ms. Murray said, objection to form again.
The court said, if you know you may answer.
I'm not sure what the relationship between the borrower and fund receiver is. Right. The chart doesn't say what the relationship is between the borrower and fund receiver is.
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, I'm just clarifying the witness's answer. That's all.
The court said, you're asking the question a second time. That's what you're doing.
For example, you can't tell from this chart why the fund receiver, again apart from the first entry, why the fund receiver received the funds or why the borrower may have engaged in a transaction with the fund receiver. Right.
Ms. Murray said, calls for speculation.
The court said, you can ask him what the document states. Is that what you're asking?
Mr. Skirek said, I believe that's what I asked, Your Honor, whether one can tell from the chart.
The court said, well, that's a different question. You're asking whether a person can interpret the chart to mean a certain thing.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, I believe he testified to the creation of this chart. I'm just asking whether he can tell, the person who helped create it, what the relationship is between the fund receiver and the borrower.
Ms. Murray said, again, Your Honor, mischaracterizes Mr. Foley's testimony in his role. He did not create the chart.
The court said, he did not create the chart.
Mr. Skirek said, but he's familiar with the chart.
The court said, yes, to the extent of his limited role.
Mr. Skirek said, sure. Your Honor, I think it's fair to ask whether given his role in helping to work on this chart whether he can tell something that maybe I can't tell from it.
The court said, well, you're asking him to interpret the chart.
Mr. Skirek said, as someone who helped create it, someone who had a hand in generating.
The court said, yes, he played a role in generating the chart. Were you asked to interpret the chart?
The witness said, no, just verify for accuracy.
The court said, move on.
By Mr. Skirek.
Is it fair to say that there are no agreements between the entities listed as borrowers and the entities listed as receivers, or you just don't know? I do not know. So if there were other contracts that govern the relationship as entities listed as borrower and an entity listed as fund receiver, that's just something you don't know about, right? I only reviewed the underlying exhibits listed on the right-hand side. And the government gave you those underlying exhibits, right? Correct. Now I like to draw your attention to the second and third rows of the chart. The second row, if we can just highlight briefly, is dated May 6, 2021, and the third row is dated May 13, 2021. Correct. And in both of these rows, the lender is G Club's operations, right? Yes. And there is no lender signatory indicated in the chart, right? Correct. And the fund receiver is Hamilton Digital Asset FDSP, right? Correct. And the first entry is for 20 million. Yes. And the second entry is for 15. Yes. Can we please pull up GXGC 515? If we can blow up the relevant portion of that. Now. It doesn't say anywhere on this document that this is a loan, right? No, it does not. It doesn't say borrower here anywhere, right? No, it doesn't. Doesn't say lender here anywhere. It does not. This is a letter of direction, right? Correct. But this is included in the chart that we looked at labeled loans, right? Yes, I believe it was labeled loans and select investment. Is there anything on the face of this document that we're looking at right now which was included as an underlying exhibit to the chart that indicates that this transaction was a loan?
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirek said, I don't think I asked that particular question.
The court said, sir, do you hold a license to practice law in the state of New York?
The witness said, no, I do not.
The court said, don't ask him legal questions.
If we could just hold on to this document. But also bring up alongside it Government Exhibit 1630 and go to the last page, the signature page if we could. It may be the second to last page. Now, this is another one of the documents, 1630. That's included as a source document for the chart. Correct. And you see here on the signature line it says lender G Club Operations. Yes. And on the other signature line it says borrower G Club International. Yes. Now, you don't see similar words on the other exhibit GXGC 515, right? No. And we can take that down. Thank you. And if we could please go back to the chart GXE 13. If we can go to the entry dated July 21, 2021. This lists the lender as G Club Operations. I'm sorry, the July 21st entry, not 26. So this shows that G Club Operations is the lender, right? Correct. And the borrower is G Club International. Yes. And borrower signatory is Mr. He. Yes. And the fund receiver is Himalaya International Clearing Limited, right? Yes. And the amount is for $25 million, right? Yes. And this row summarizes the source document GXGC 221, right? Yes. If we can just please go quickly to GXGC 221. If we can go to page 4 of the PDF, which is the first page of the agreement. This is a loan agreement between G Club Operations and G Club International, right? Yes. Now, if we can just go to the second to last page of this, the signature page. And this, I believe you testified on direct that there were some agreements that didn't have withdrawn. You testified on direct that there were some agreements that weren't fully executed, right? Correct. And is this one of those? Yes. Now, if we can go back to the beginning of the document to the whereas clauses. And we can just focus on the second whereas clause. It says, subject to the terms of this agreement. Lender will loan $25 million to borrower, right? Yes. And it says, whereas for efficiency purpose and pursuant to borrower's request. Lender will send the loan proceeds directly to the Himalayan International Clearing on borrower's behalf. You see that? Yes. Now, let's go back to the summary chart GXE 13. And if we go down to the entry dated July 27, 2021. There's that little asterisk there. You see that? Yes. And if we go down to the key at the bottom of the chart, that asterisk indicates the amendment. This agreement is an amendment to the July 21, 2021 agreement. Yes. We just looked at the July 21st agreement, right? Correct. Now let's look at the July 27th agreement, and if we can just pull up before we look at the agreement itself. July 21st entry and the July 27th entry, and all the way up to the 21st entry. And now we'll just looking at the entry for the July 21st and July 27th entry carefully. Is it fair to say that the only difference between these is that there's a different fund receiver? The fund receiver, the date, and the underlying government exhibit number. Yes. Thank you. You're right. The only difference in the terms of the loan is the fund receiver. Right.
The court said, here we go again. He's not an attorney. He cannot give you legal definitions. He cannot define the terms.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I wasn't asking him to define terms. I was asking him to verify that the only difference in the entries on the chart.
The court said, he can read. He can tell you what is on the chart.
So the difference here is that Yield Esta is the fund receiver, right?
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Let's just pull up now the underlying exhibit, which is GX 1636, if we can just blow up the recitals there. And it says, whereas the parties entered into the loan agreement on July 21st. You see that? Yes. And again, that's the other agreement that we looked at, right, a second ago.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, objection. Mr. Foley is a summary witness and these documents speak for themselves.
The court said, sustained.
If we go down to the final whereas clause, it says, the parties wish to amend the agreement to authorize and direct the lender to send $25 million of loan proceeds of the agreement directly to Yield Esta instead of the Himalayan International Clearing Limited.
Ms. Murray said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, I haven't heard the question yet.
Mr. Skirek said, I'm simply asking him to confirm that I've read that correctly.
Ms. Murray said, same objection.
The court said, so the document speaks for itself.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, the last question was merely to ask the witness if I read that correctly. Even with a summary witness, my understanding is that I'm permitted to ask the witness if I read the document correctly. It's one of the source documents in the chart. And I'm trying to show that there were changes in the agreements that are not reflected in the chart. And I'm not sure how I can do that without being able to question the witness about what the underlying documents are.
The court said, so the chart lists the underlying documents?
Mr. Skirek said, correct. And I'm going through them to show that there are changes in the transactions that are not reflected in the chart. And it goes directly to the integrity of the chart, the reliability of the chart, which I think is highly relevant.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the continued objections to documents speak for themselves is largely for efficiency. This is a summary witness. He's testified to verifying the accuracy of the chart. We've moved in the exhibits that support the entries in the chart, and they are listed. So the defense can go and look at those underlying exhibits. But Mr. Foley simply confirmed the accuracy of what's in the chart itself. And I don't see from what Mr. Skirek is saying that the chart is inaccurate. Based on the documents, it accurately reflects the charts in the document.
Mr. Skirek said, if I can respond to that, Your Honor, that is where I'm going because I believe the chart is inaccurate. The only way I can do that and show that through a witness is to be able to ask the witness questions about the underlying document. I understand the government has to object where it needs to object. But I would be through this already if there weren't continued objections about me just trying to establish underlying facts.
The court said, so he can read the title of a document. He can read from a document, but he can't tell you what it means.
Mr. Skirek said, I understand. Your Honor has made that point, and I think what I'm doing here. I haven't asked a question. You can check the record. I have not asked a question about what anything means. I'm simply asking him to confirm that that information is in the underlying document.
Ms. Murray said, with respect to the particular issue that was in the last question. I'm not clear what information Mr. Skirek is saying is inaccurate in the chart.
Mr. Skirek said, we haven't gotten through the cross yet. I'm trying to elicit it through the witness. Which is the only way I have to do it.
Ms. Murray said, sure, but looking at, for example, the recitals that you just read and asking Mr. Foley to confirm. What part of that language from the document are you going to say is inaccurate in the chart itself?
Mr. Skirek said, there are two purposes in this cross, right, generally speaking. One is to show that there is information that is not in the chart so that I can demonstrate to the jury that there will be information outside of the four corners of that document that may be relevant to interpreting what's inside the document. I should be entitled to do that. The second is to show that there are inaccuracies in the chart. What you're just referring to is not in reading the recitals was not to show that the document was inaccurate. It was to show that there was other information that was not in the chart. So those are the two purposes.
The court said, so the other information that's not in the chart, there's plenty of information that's not in the chart. There are whole documents that are not in the chart. That's why he's a summary witness.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor. If there is, the defense is entitled to argue that there is other information that's relevant too.
The court said, you do that at summation for goodness sake. If you want to lose the jury completely, keep it up. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, all righty. Go ahead.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you. Do you see, Mr. Foley, the portion of the document that's highlighted on your screen there? Yes. And it says, whereas the parties wish to amend the agreement. Do you see that? Yes. Now, if we can just please pull up GXGC 221, page 2, side by side with GX 1636. Now GX, actually. If it's possible to switch these. If not, that's fine. Is it fair to say based on the passage that we just read that the document and loan agreement dated July 27, 2021 replaced the loan agreement dated July 21, 2021?
The court said, one moment please.
Pause.
The court said, go ahead.
It's fair to say it's an amendment to. And so it changed the previous agreement, right? That's what amendment means.
The court said, you're asking for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, he testified it's an amendment.
The court said, that's right. He's testifying to what the document states.
By Mr. Skirek.
Now, if we go back to the summary chart GXE 13 and we focus on the two lines July 21st and July 27, 2021. Now both of those entries are for $25 million. Is that right? That is correct.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Skirek.
And one of those agreements, the later agreement, changed the earlier agreement, right? As you testified before.
Ms. Murray said, "Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterizes."
The court said, "Sustained."
I believe you testified that it amended the earlier agreement. Mr. Skirek said, those were the witness's words, I believe. Changed.
Ms. Murray said, "Yes, Your Honor, which is different than."
The court said, "Amended is one word, changed is another."
Mr. Skirek said, okay.
By Mr. Skirek.
So the later agreement amended the earlier agreement. Yet we still have $25 million in the amount column for each agreement, right? Correct. Okay. So the total calculation at the bottom of GXE 13 is overstated by at least $25 million then, correct? That I have no knowledge of. Isn't this double counting? I have no way to confirm whether or not the payments went through. Right. Because you can't tell from this chart whether there were actual transactions, right? This is just the loan agreements themselves, just the paper. This was the amount listed on the loan agreement, yes. Mr. Skirek said, okay. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Ms. Murray said, "No redirect, Your Honor."
The court said, "Thank you. You may step out."
The witness said, "Thank you. Witness excused."
The court said, "You may call your next witness."
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor." The government calls Daniel Copeland.
Witness sworn.
The court said, "Please state your name and spell it."
The witness said, "My name is Daniel Copeland. Daniel, Copeland, Copeland.
The court said, "You may inquire."
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Daniel Copeland, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland.
Good afternoon.
If I could ask you to pull the microphone in front of you and speak directly into it, please.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you. Mr. Copeland, how old are you?
I am 29.
Where do you live?
I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Do you work?
I do.
What is your profession?
I'm a researcher at MIT.
What is your educational background?
I studied mechanical engineering at Vanderbilt, became interested in medical devices, got her MD at Tufts, and then just received a master's in mechanical engineering at MIT, where I'm working now.
Mr. Copeland, are you married?
Yes.
What is your wife's name?
Isabel Despins.
How do you spell Despins?
Despins.
Does your wife work?
She does.
Where does she work?
She works at Cambridge Public Schools, Kennedy Longfellow School.
And what is her role at that school?
She is a third-grade teacher in the SEI program, which is Sheltered English Immersion.
What does Sheltered English Immersion mean?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection as to relevance."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
It means that her students speak a different language at home. And they come to her class to learn math and other things, but primarily to learn English.
And Mr. Copeland, in the 2022 to 2023 school year, what grade did your wife teach?
Third grade.
When did you get married?
I got married in October of 2022.
What is your father-in-law's name?
Luc Despins.
What does Luc Despins do for work?
He is a bankruptcy lawyer.
Mr. Copeland, are you testifying today pursuant to a subpoena that you were served by the government?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, can you describe your home in Cambridge, Massachusetts?
So we live in a 5-family home, so there's 5 units. Our unit is on the first, on the ground floor. It's kind of a long unit, so all of the living room, dining area, kitchen are all in one room that faces right onto the street.
What type of neighborhood or area is your home located in?
We live in a residential neighborhood. Most houses are kind of similar to ours, multifamily homes. Relatively dense, maybe 10, 15 feet max between houses. And most houses don't have front yards. They're just right on the sidewalk, the front of the house.
When did you move into that home?
We moved in July of 2022, before we got married.
And who lives in that home with you?
Me, my wife, and our dog.
Directing your attention to late 2022. Did there come a time when individuals appeared outside of your home in Cambridge, Massachusetts?
Yes.
What were the circumstances?
So in November of 2022, some protesters showed up outside of our home. We knew at that point that they were there related to Isabel's dad's work. And, yeah.
To that point you just made, Mr. Copeland, what type of work did Isabel's dad, Luc Despins, do?
He is a bankruptcy lawyer, but he was working appointed by the government on a bankruptcy case.
A bankruptcy case related to whom?
To a guy who I had not heard of before then, but then had looked up, named Miles Guo.
And why, if at all? Is it your understanding that the protesters who showed up at your house related to Luc Despins's work?
So after, I think prior to them showing up at our apartment, they'd showed up at Luc's work and Luc's house. So we had kind of understood by then that this has been a pattern and that they were there because, to put pressure on Luc and his family in order to stop working on this case for the government.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, can we please put up what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 6194? Mr. Copeland, do you recognize any of the signs that are depicted in 6194?
Yeah. I can't say for sure that any of these exact signs were outside of our house, for example. But some images within the signs were definitely outside of our house, yeah.
And focusing on the top left sign. Ms. Murray said, if we could zoom in on that, Ms. Loftus. Do you recognize the individual depicted on this sign, Mr. Copeland?
Yes, that is Isabel's dad, Luc.
Isabel's dad and your father-in-law, is that correct?
And my father-in-law.
Ms. Murray said, we can take this down, Ms. Loftus. So turning back to that day in November of 2022, can you describe for the jury what, if anything, the protesters were doing outside of your home?
Yeah. So there was about a handful, 5 people. They had signs similar to the ones that was just shown, and some flags. And they were all wearing masks over their faces and then large sunglasses and most wearing hats. So they were kind of incognito. And they were handing out pamphlets that were similar, had similar images and related messages to our neighbors that were walking by.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if you could please show the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit 3450. Mr. Copeland, do you recognize the image in Government Exhibit 3450?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
It is an edited photograph of Luc being seduced by some devil-type form. Yeah.
Focusing on the photograph itself, Mr. Copeland, do you recognize the photograph of this item?
Yeah. So I have this pamphlet. It was one of the ones being distributed outside my home. My neighbor gave it to me.
And did you take this photograph, Mr. Copeland, of the pamphlet that you have that had been distributed outside of your home?
Yes.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit 3450.
Ms. Schrofa said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 3450 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, could we publish that, please?
By Ms. Murray.
So Mr. Copeland, now that the jury can see it, can you read the text that's written and the numbers on the top of this pamphlet? The image of the pamphlet that had been handed out outside of your home.
Just the large white text there?
Correct.
Extortion, and then the number 250 million, with a dollar sign next to it.
And the individual who's depicted on the bottom left of this, as you said. I think edited or manipulated photo.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection.
Who does that appear to be?
The court said, overruled.
Okay. That is a photo of Luc Despins.
Do you see the image that is on his forehead in this particular photo?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a hammer and sickle.
Ms. Murray said, all right. Ms. Loftus, we can take that down. Now, Mr. Copeland, you mentioned that in November of 2022, the protesters.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, could the government just ask a question?
The court said, so sometimes facts need to be stated in order to lead up to the question, and that's what she's doing here. Would you go ahead?
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor.
By Ms. Murray.
You'd mentioned that the protesters in November 2022 had flags. Can you describe the general appearance of those flags?
Yes. There was one flag that was blue and had yellow stars on it that I had not seen prior.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish what's in evidence as Government Exhibit W-185. If we could zoom in on the top left portion of this image. First of all, Mr. Copeland, have you ever seen this exhibit before?
This whole graphic?
Correct.
No.
Do you recognize the image that's in the blue box on the top left here?
Yeah, that looks similar. You know, this was 2 years ago. But it looks similar to the flag that I remember.
And the letters NFSC, do you know what that stands for?
Yes.
What does it stand for?
Well, the answer is on the page, but the new federal state of China. But it's the organization or movement that the protesters were supposed to be a part of.
Was that your understanding at the time, in November 2022, that the protesters were affiliated with the NFSC?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection to the leading.
The court said, did you understand that they were affiliated with any particular movement?
The witness said, yes.
What movement, if any?
I mean, before this whole thing started, I did not know. But then I watched like a Vice News article, so I don't know if that was before or after they showed up at my house. But I knew that, yeah, this movement existed.
Ms. Murray said, we can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Copeland, did there come a time in early 2023 when individuals came to your home again?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what happened then?
Yeah. So it was I think January 2nd. So there was that one day in November, late November. And then they stopped coming after that one day, and then they started showing up regularly.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection and moved to strike as non-responsive to the question posed to the witness.
The court said, the question was, can you describe what happened then?
The witness said, okay.
Yeah, it was a similar situation to what happened on that day in November. There was also a handful of people outside of the home wearing masks, glasses, hats, and displaying similar signs and handing out pamphlets.
And on what date in 2023, approximately, did that begin?
January 2nd.
And approximately how long did the protest continue from January 2nd, 2023, outside of your home?
They were there every day outside my home between around 9 to 5, from January 2nd to January 9th.
Focusing on that time period, January 2nd to January 9th, what, if anything, were the protesters holding or displaying?
Mostly these posters or, on sticks, signs that had similar images of Luc wearing devil horns or text on them saying, like, Luc was getting money from the Chinese Communist Party and that he was working with them. And that Isabel was kind of indirectly benefiting from the Chinese Communist Party through Luc.
Did your wife Isabel have any participation in the bankruptcy case of Miles Guo?
No.
Is your wife Isabel an attorney?
No.
Does your wife Isabel work with her father Luc Despins in connection with the bankruptcy case of Miles Guo?
No.
What was your reaction, if any, to the protesters reappearing outside of your house between January 2nd and January 9th of 2023?
Yeah, it was pretty unsettling, for many reasons. You know, it's new to the neighborhood, we didn't really, know what they were saying to our neighbors or what our neighbors would think of them, and we still don't really know. We'd put our blinds down because most of our house is just kind of straight visible from the street. I work from home in the mornings, so it was kind of unsettling to know that there were, people standing outside while I was working. I think it affected my wife a lot more than even me. So, yeah. It was very unsettling, very disturbing. Yeah.
Did the protesters have any equipment with them when they came outside of your home?
Yeah, they would live stream from outside our home. So that was a big reason we wanted to keep the blinds down all the time, is because they would kind of videotape us. If not, they'd be videotaping us moving around our home. So, yeah.
How, if at all, did that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it felt definitely like a violation of kind of privacy. And we also would hear about things that they were saying about Luc and then by extension, Isabel online, and so. Isabel was concerned that someone maybe loosely affiliated or affiliated with the group would really believe this stuff and, try and break into our house or follow her to work or, follow her.
Mr. Copeland, you mentioned January 9th. What, if anything, happened after January 9th, 2023?
Yeah. So Isabel's work starts early, so she leaves. She had a routine down when they were coming that her school starts at 7.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor. The question was what happened after January 9th, not what Isabel's schedule is at work."
The court said, "Overruled. You may continue."
So she would leave before they showed up at 9 p.m., 9 a.m. And then she would work later at school than she normally does so that she would get back after they'd already left. Usually around 5 p.m. So my schedule was, I'd be working from home in the morning. But that morning I got a call from her, I guess around.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection to the hearsay. And Your Honor, may we just approach?"
The court said, "All right."
Pages 4223 to 4227 sealed by order of the court. In open court.
The court said, "You may continue."
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
By Ms. Murray.
Mr. Copeland, directing your attention again to January 10th, 2023, can you continue to tell the jury what happened that day?
Yeah. So Isabel left for school before 7 a.m., got to school. And then I got a call from her, around 9, and, she was clearly distraught. And told me that they had shown up at her school.
Can you describe how she seemed during that call, from your observations?
Ms. Schrofa said, "He wasn't observing her. He was on the phone."
The court said, "So he can describe his impressions that he got through the way she spoke."
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Yeah, so she was clearly distraught, in tears, having trouble getting words out. This was kind of her biggest fear, that this would affect her school community, and her,
The court said, "So you'll just limit your testimony to what you observed, not words that she communicated or thoughts that she had."
The witness said, "Got it."
The court said, "Go ahead."
What, if anything, did you do in response to that phone call?
Yeah, so I left immediately to go to her school, which is in Cambridge.
What, if anything, did you see when you arrived at the school that day, January 10th, 2023?
So her school is a short bike ride away, so I rode my bike. And on the way to the back of the school, I saw you pass by the front of the school. And I saw where the protesters were. And then I went to the back of the school where I was led in by one of the staff and then brought to the principal's office where Isabel was.
And when you arrived in the principal's office, how did Isabel seem at that time?
Yeah. She was still, really panicked, really upset, just really, crying and unsettled and just kind of overcome with fear and worry about what this would mean. And
The court said, so don't talk about what her thoughts were. You can just talk about what you observed. If you see somebody who is laughing, you can say they seemed happy, for example.
The witness said, gotcha.
So she seemed pretty miserable.
And based on your arriving at the school on that day, were the protesters visible from the front of the school?
Yeah. Or from where I arrived. I arrived from the back, but I then, out from the principal's office, which is in the front of the school, you could see them.
Did there come a time that day when you spoke with the police?
Yeah. When I arrived, the police were there as well, Cambridge police.
And what, if anything, did you report to the police?
So I think at this point we hadn't, we'd told the police when they were coming to our house, and so the police drove by on their rounds kind of more frequently. But at that time there was not much more they could do. And then, so the protesters at the school had similar kind of graphic signs with, the devil on it or bloody handprints or blood splatter, so we were kind of talking with them. If this is allowed to be shown in front of a public school, is there rules against, graphic images and displaying graphic images to school children?
Ms. Stropha said, Your Honor, all of this is hearsay.
The court said so.
Ms. Stropha said, I move to strike.
The court said, you can't talk about what other people said. You can talk about the general topic that you discussed. So for example, I could say I had a discussion with my husband about breakfast. But I can't say he said, I want sausage and toast and eggs. You understand?
The witness said, yeah.
The court said, go ahead.
So we had a discussion about whether or not it was okay or illegal for them to be there.
After that meeting at the school, what, if anything, did you do that day?
So the Cambridge police, when we asked them that, they didn't know. They said they didn't know. This is a pretty unusual.
Ms. Stropha said, objection. Hearsay. Move to strike.
The court said, so you can't say the words of anybody, okay? Those words are stricken.
So we went to the Cambridge courthouse, or the courthouse whose district Cambridge is in.
What did you do there, if anything?
We didn't really know what mechanisms there were to prevent this kind of thing, so.
Ms. Stropha said, if the witness could just answer the question as to what he did.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor.
Ms. Stropha said, the thought process is not relevant.
The court said, it is relevant. It is relevant in explaining what he did. Go ahead.
So the mechanism that they suggested or that was close.
The court said, okay. So don't talk about what they suggested.
The witness said, yeah, sorry.
What did you do? What did you do?
We applied for a harassment protection order.
Against whom?
We wanted to apply for one against the actual people that showed up. But we didn't have anyone's names, and that was a requirement for the harassment protection order. So we applied for it against Miles Guo, which was the only name we had.
And why, if at all? Did you list Miles Guo under the restraining order relating to the protests at your home and at Isabel's school?
We knew that Isabel's dad was working this case against him, and that this was the tactic that had been employed in the past. And it was the only name that we had that we could put down for the harassment protection order.
Now, Mr. Copeland, did there come a time when you retracted that restraining order?
Yes.
Around when was that?
Later that evening.
And why, if at all, did you take that step?
We quickly realized that it was not going to be effective for or stopping protesters that were not actually the person we listed. So we just told them to rescind it.
To your knowledge, did Miles Guo himself ever show up to protest outside of your home?
No.
To your knowledge, did he ever show up himself to protest outside of Isabel's school?
No.
After January 10, 2023, did the protests continue?
Yes.
Where?
So during the week they would show up at her school. And then on the weekends they would show up at our house.
For approximately how long did they continue to protest outside of either your home or Isabel's school?
For a few weeks.
What steps, if any, did you take regarding your physical safety during that time?
In November, Isabel had a car service come hired by Luc's company to take her to and from school. That was for a week. In January, the Cambridge police were aware, so they showed up at the school, and definitely. Especially during the first week or so, when they were kind of figuring out what was happening. And then, so I was instructed to bring any kind of weapons I had into my bedroom, so I had a baseball bat in my bedroom.
And where?
In my closet.
And where, if anywhere, did you maintain that baseball bat?
I put it in my closet near my bed.
To your knowledge, did Luc Despins stop working on the Miles Guo bankruptcy case after the protesters arrived at Isabel's school on January 10, 2023?
He did not stop working.
Mr. Copeland, can you describe the effect on you of these protests outside of your home and Isabel's school?
Yeah. It was extremely unsettling. Yeah, it was extremely unsettling. And it felt, also dealing with the court system and seeing that there was kind of no mechanism that would help was kind of.
Ms. Strofa said, "Objection. That is not relevant to how he was feeling."
The court said, "Overruled. You may continue."
Made me feel kind of powerless in the situation, so, yeah, that was.
Mr. Copeland, did any of the protesters ever physically confront you or Isabel?
No.
Did any of the protesters ever speak directly to you or Isabel?
No.
Did you feel that your safety was threatened in any way by their presence outside of your home during those weeks in January and February of 2023?
To some degree, yes.
And can you explain why?
I mean, I didn't really know what these people were capable of. Whether or not they really believed what was being said, and we didn't know, you know. They had put our address online, so we didn't know if someone else was going to show up that was affiliated or not affiliated with this. And yeah, I had read things in the past where people had gotten into altercations with them. So, yes, unsettling. Yeah.
Did there come a time when the protesters stopped coming either to your home or Isabel's school?
Yes.
Around when was that?
A few weeks, I'm not exactly sure what date, after January 10th.
Do you know why they stopped coming?
No, I don't know why.
Mr. Copeland, have you ever taken any action against Miles Guo? Other than the restraining order we discussed earlier?
No.
Have you or your wife ever attempted to kidnap Miles Guo?
No.
Have you ever attempted to repatriate him to China on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Are you now or have you ever been an agent of the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Ms. Murray said, "Your Honor, may I have a moment?"
The court said you may.
Ms. Murray said, "Nothing further." Thank you.
The court said, cross-examination.
Ms. Strofa said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Cross-examination. By Ms. Strofa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Copeland, you're testifying pursuant to a subpoena here, you said on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
Who served you the subpoena? And could you keep your voice up for me, please?
The government served me the subpoena. Is that?
Could you keep your voice up for me, please?
The government.
How?
Through a lawyer that Luc's firm hired, I think.
Excuse me?
Through a lawyer that Luc's firm hired.
Luc, meaning your father-in-law?
His firm, I think.
His firm. What is his firm?
Paul Hastings.
Paul Hastings hired a lawyer for you?
Yes.
So Ms. Murray here served a subpoena on Paul Hastings' hired lawyer for you. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yeah.
How did you get it?
Sorry?
How did you get the subpoena?
Through this lawyer.
How? Like, did he email it to you? Mail it to you?
Oh. Email.
Okay. And then after you got the emailed subpoena, what did you do? Let me try a different question, okay? Just for a second. What was the return date on the subpoena?
I don't know.
Did you read the subpoena?
No.
Did you open it?
No.
You just went and met with Ms. Murray, right?
No. That's not accurate. I met with this lawyer, who was representing me.
Okay. And then that lawyer and you met with Ms. Murray together, or did that come around separately?
Sorry. Can you say one more time?
Sure. You met with this lawyer, right?
Yes.
You weren't paying for this lawyer, right?
Me personally, no.
Okay. And then this lawyer, don't tell me what the advice was. And this lawyer then put you in touch with Ms. Murray. Is that right?
Yeah.
And when you met with Ms. Murray, was that lawyer there?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you meet?
On Zoom or Teams or something like that. Video.
Okay. So the subpoena didn't tell you that you had to come meet with her, right? The subpoena asked you to come to court, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Right. But you decided you were going to meet with her, right?
Yes.
You had no obligation to meet with her, right?
I think that's correct, yeah.
Right. You could have just answered the subpoena, come and testified and left, right?
Yes, I could have done that.
How many times did you meet with her?
2 times.
And both times on Zoom, or one time in person and one time on Zoom?
2 times on Zoom, and then I guess today, we shook hands, but that was it.
Okay. So the first time that you met with her on Zoom, how long was the meeting?
It was 2 hours.
And the second time you met on Zoom was how many times?
Was how long?
Yeah.
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay. And it's fair to say, right? That the government is the only people you've met with before you testified here, right? You didn't meet with me, right?
I did not meet with you.
Okay. And when you spoke with Ms. Murray, she was taking notes of what you were saying.
I don't know.
Okay. She asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And you told her the story that you told the jury now, correct?
Yes.
Did you take notes?
Yeah.
You took notes.
Yeah.
Did you give the notes to Ms. Murray?
I think they were just like logistics, just where I needed to be and when, so.
Okay. And how many times did she give you the logistics?
I think they changed a little bit from, so as they changed. Probably twice, maybe. I don't know.
How did she get in touch with you? She called you or texted you?
We only met through the Zoom link. She never sent me any other. It would have been either through email or, but mostly just the Zoom links, like.
How did you know to come here today?
The lawyer that was hired by Luc's firm kind of handled the last-minute logistics, so told me where to meet him and then how to get into the building. Stuff like that.
Okay. And when you met with Ms. Murray, you told her basically everything you now testified to before the jury, correct?
Yeah, just about.
Ms. Schrofa said, now let's just see if we could just go to, Jorge, may I just ask for 1 second, Your Honor. If I could just show you 3450 that the government showed you during your direct testimony. The government showed you this photograph, correct?
Yes.
And it's a photograph that you gave to Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Okay. And you had maintained that photograph at your home, right?
I had the pamphlet.
Okay. And do you know what the top part of it said? The part that we cannot read?
In yellow? No, I don't.
Yeah, the yellow part.
No, I don't have it memorized, no.
Okay, and what does the part over there in the white say? You don't remember that either, right?
Where are you looking?
At the bottom. You see that little corner?
In the box?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that said, no.
Okay, and you testified that this is the pamphlet that was it given to you by your neighbor? Is that what you said on direct?
Yes.
And when the neighbor gave it to you, he was sympathetic to your plight, correct?
Yeah.
He felt bad for you?
But yes.
Right. And since the time of these protests until now, you've lived in the same, you can take that down. Jorge, please, you lived in the same neighborhood?
Yes.
And basically your neighbors have been supportive of you, correct?
The ones we know and talked to about it and have explained it to, yes.
That's far more than what we do in New York. We don't talk to anyone. But the neighbors that you talk to, they've been supportive, right? Yes?
The ones I've talked to, yeah.
Okay. And during the time that you lived there, the protests were across from your house, is that right?
Yes.
They were not on the same street as your house, right?
They were on the same street. They're on the opposite side of the street.
Right. So this is your house, they are here, right?
If that's the street, then yeah.
Okay.
It's a one-way, one-lane street.
Okay. And you testified that this happened in November, right?
The first time they showed up was in November.
It's a winter month, correct?
Technically, no.
Technically, no? November is not winter?
It's fall.
Okay. How about January?
That's winter.
How about December?
Most of it's fall.
Okay. Wait. December is also fall?
Yes.
I've been doing it all wrong. Okay. So you saw people with masks, correct?
Yeah.
You saw people with hats, correct?
Yes.
And these people never approached you, correct?
They were outside my house but never approached me beyond that.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
Oh, they were outside my house. They never approached me.
Right.
Like, if I walked out, they wouldn't walk up to me.
Right. So you were able to go to the grocery store, do your thing. They never came up to you, right?
Correct.
They never hurt you, correct?
Physically, no, definitely not.
No. And they never threatened to hurt you either, correct?
Not directly, no.
Well, tell me how they threatened to hurt you indirectly.
I mean, they were holding up, like, bloody signs with my wife's name on them. So that was kind of...
Well, the name on the bloody signs, I didn't see your wife's name on them.
Her name was on them.
So let's just put that aside because we'll talk about that in a minute, okay?
Okay.
But there were no bloody signs with your name on it, right?
My name, no.
And the bloody signs wouldn't physically hurt you, correct?
That is correct.
And they never would threaten you physically, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And when they had bloody signs about your wife unfortunately was linked to Luc Despins, correct?
She's his daughter.
Right. So the sign didn't say anything specific just about your wife. She was linked to her father, right? It said Isabel Despins, daughter of Luc, benefiting from Luc Despins, correct?
They would say stuff like, Isabel Despins, you are not innocent, with like bloody handprints.
Okay, 1 second. So it had her last name, right? And she still has her last name, which is also her father's last name, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you and your wife, I'm assuming, lived together the whole time, correct, of this happening, right?
Yes.
And sitting here today, you can tell the jury that nobody physically threatened your wife, correct?
No one physically, no one verbally or physically threatened her in person. That is correct.
Okay. All right. Do you by any chance know the age of the protesters that were there? Could you tell?
I'd be guessing.
Right. Do you remember a rather short old lady that always came protesting?
I don't remember any individual. They were wearing kind of masks that intentionally de-identified them, blocked their faces.
And this was in November of 2020?
One day in November of 2020, the rest in January.
Okay. And on that one day in November of 2020, did you call the police?
Ms. Murray said, "Objection, Your Honor. Just mischaracterizes the date that he testified to."
I'm sorry. You tell me the date, sir. I've forgotten. My apologies.
I think it was down as November 20th.
November 20th?
Ms. Murray said, just with respect to the year.
Which year?
2022.
Sorry about that. November 20th, 2022. Did you call the police?
I think so.
You did, right?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure about that, but probably, yes.
The police didn't make them move, right?
No.
The police, did they give you a reason why they wouldn't make them move?
There was.
Ms. Murray said, "Objection. Calls for hearsay."
The court said, sustained.
Do you have an impression as to why the police didn't make them move? Do you have an understanding as to why the police didn't make them move?
Ms. Murray said, "Same objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay."
The court said, if you have an understanding that is independent of what the police explained to you.
Yeah, I mean, the police explained, well, they explained it, but, prior to them explaining it, I did not know what the rules were.
Okay, but the police came and left the protesters there, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then they eventually went home, right?
The protesters?
Yeah, well, the police did too, but definitely the protesters.
Yes.
And then we talked a lot on your direct about the protests in January, correct?
Depends what you think a lot is, but I think so, yes.
Okay. And in January you also called the police, correct?
Yes.
And the police responded, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they were pretty responsive to you. They would do drive-bys for you, correct?
Yes.
They wanted to make sure you were safe, correct?
Yeah.
You live in a nice part of the neighborhood where the police are actually responsive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the police drove by, did they disperse the crowds?
No.
No, right? Yes or no? I'm sorry.
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
Ms. Schrofa said, I can't hear him, so...
No.
Okay. So the crowds were still there, but the police were also there for your protection, right?
They weren't there around the clock, but they were, yeah. They picked up the phone, yeah.
Okay. And you testified that these people were outside and they had some equipment, correct?
Equipment being a camera, yes.
Okay. It was just like a camera or like a whole unit, like a video and all the accoutrements that follow?
They had a tripod.
They had a tripod, right?
Yeah.
And you never saw anything from your family home published on the internet, right?
No, that's not true.
You did see the inside of your home published on the internet?
I saw our home from the vantage point of the protesters published on the internet.
No. That's the outside facade of your home, right?
Ms. Murray said, objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Ms. Schrofa said, I did not ask that. Whether the video was of the outside facade of your home. That's the question.
Yeah, it was the outside of my home, yeah.
And nobody took a photo of your dog and posted it on the internet, right?
We didn't have a dog by that point.
Okay. And throughout this time, these protesters were still allowed to be there by what is it called? The Cambridge Police? The Boston Police? The Beacon Hill Police? Which one is it?
Cambridge Police. Wait. Sorry. What was the question, though? I was answering that part of the question. What was the first part of the question? They were allowed to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
They weren't ticketed, correct?
No.
They weren't told to disperse, correct?
Ms. Murray said, objection, Your Honor. He wouldn't know.
The court said, well, he might have observed them being ticketed. He might have observed the police shooing them away.
Not to my knowledge.
You testified having a baseball bat in the closet, correct?
Yes.
Never had to use that baseball bat, right?
Not for home defense.
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. Can you give me 1 second?"
The court said, "Go ahead."
Let me show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit 70777. I'm only going to show it to you and government counsel, okay? And the court. Do you see this photograph?
Yes.
Were these the protesters that were outside your home? Do you recognize this photograph?
I don't recognize this photograph. I recognize the setting of the photograph.
What's the setting?
The setting is the outside of my home.
Outside your home, right?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, "Your Honor, we move to admit this into evidence."
Ms. Murray said, "No objection."
The court said, "It is admitted."
Defendant's Exhibit 70777 received in evidence.
Are these the people that were protesting outside your home?
I never saw a person outside my home that wasn't wearing big sunglasses. Personally never saw. This picture is different, so they don't look like the people necessarily outside my home. Or they don't look like the people looked like when they were outside my home.
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. 1 minute. I just want to make sure the jury has the photograph." Okay. The man on the very left, right?
Okay.
The smiling guy over there?
I see him.
With the glasses? No mask, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. How about the lady over there with the hat, no mask?
She is not wearing a mask.
Okay. How about the lady in that yellow coat? She's wearing a COVID mask, right?
Yeah.
And the man next to that? Yes? No mask?
Yeah, no mask. Right, correct.
And these are the 4 or 5 people that would show up, right?
Sorry?
Ms. Murray said, "Objection." Asked and answered. Also, I'm not sure what people she's referring to.
The court said, "What is the question?"
Ms. Strofa said, "It's okay. You do recognize this to be outside of your house, right?"
This is outside. This is outside my house, yes.
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. We can take that down. Now you testified about this protective order that you applied for, correct?
Yes.
And you were granted the protective order, right?
Yes.
And the protective order was against Miles Guo?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a protective order that just basically, you tell me, right, said that Miles Guo had to stay X number of feet away from you, right? Is that what the protective order?
I'm not sure. I think that seems reasonable. I'm not really sure what rules, the rules were around it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was issued to you, right?
Yes.
Why did you bother rescinding it?
After talking to law enforcement, it was determined that this would not be helpful with our situation.
Okay. But why bother rescinding it? It's there. Who cares?
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered, "Your Honor."
The court said, "Sustained."
I asked you, why did you rescind it?
Yeah. We didn't want it to get sent because we didn't want to enter some legal battle that wasn't going to help.
Okay. And Mr. Guo never responded, right?
No.
He was never within any feet of you, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And since January 10th of 2023, you've had no more protests at your home?
That's not correct.
There have been protests after January of 2023?
It was on for a few weeks, so probably.
No. I mean after the complete month of January of 2023.
It might have went into February, but after that, no.
After that, no, right?
Yes, after that period.
Okay. So on direct you said it stopped in January. Now you're not sure. It could have gone into February. Is that what you're saying?
Ms. Murray said, "Your Honor, objection." It mischaracterizes his testimony.
The court said, "Sustained."
Okay. You tell me.
It started in January 2nd. They were there every day until January 9th. Then they started to go weekends at our home and weekdays at the school.
Okay. And then when did it stop?
A few weeks after January 10th, so.
You didn't keep track of when it stopped?
No.
This very unsettling thing. You did not keep track of when it stopped.
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, I have nothing further.
The court said, redirect.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor. If I could ask the defense to put up Defense Exhibit 70777. I'd appreciate it.
Redirect examination. By Ms. Murray.
Mr. Copeland, you were asked some questions.
Ms. Schrofa said, oh, I don't have it. Do you have it?
You were asked some questions on cross-examination about this photo. Do you recall those?
Generally, yes.
Ms. Schroff asked you about the happy protester on the left. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
During the weeks that protesters showed up outside of your home, did you ever, can you please keep that up? Thank you. Did you ever see any of the protesters smiling?
No.
If we could focus on the bottom of these signs. What are the words that are near the bloody handprints on each of these 3 signs?
It says, Isabel Despins, you are not innocent.
How, if at all, was the fact that the protesters outside of your home were holding these signs that included the bloody handprints and your wife's name? How was that a threat?
How is that a threat?
Yes. How, if at all, did that feel threatening to you?
Well, this is being live-streamed on the internet. So even if the people here were peacefully protesting, it's possible that other people would believe that Isabel was somehow involved or would believe what these things. These signs are saying, and try and harm us or, you know, make, you know, yeah. Yeah.
Ms. Murray said, and we can take that down. Thank you very much. Mr. Copeland, based on your observations, how, if at all, did these signs impact your wife?
Tremendously. She's a little bit more tight.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection.
Ms. Murray said, these are his observations, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection.
The court said, so you can describe your observations of her. Go ahead.
All right. Over the 8+ years I have observed her, she has been a very high-strung person. She really cares about. I've witnessed her dedication to her school community. I've seen how much she cares.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection. Move to strike.
About her job.
The court said, overruled. You may continue.
And I saw how stressful, I saw how hard it was on her. I have seen that she really cares about her kids and keeping them safe and making sure school is a safe environment for them and that they feel comfortable at school and comfortable with her. And I saw how the idea that she could be causing additional trauma in some of these kids' lives was negatively impacting her.
Mr. Copeland, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about having rescinded the restraining order against Mr. Guo. Do you remember those questions?
Yeah. Yes.
What concerns, if any, did you have in pursuing a restraining order against Miles Guo?
I was concerned that we would enter some legal dispute that would be pointless and, time-consuming and fruitless, so it was not worth it.
Ms. Murray said, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Mr. Copeland. Nothing further.
The court said recross?
Ms. Schrofa said, would you put the photo back up?
Recross examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Ms. Murray, do you need a moment, Mr. Copeland, or are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay. So Ms. Murray asked you questions about this particular photograph, right?
Yes.
And she asked you if you'd seen any smiling protesters, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, isn't it fair to say that you didn't particularly want to make any eye contact with them, right?
Yes, I would say that's true.
Right. They were protesting. You didn't want them protesting, right?
I did not want them protesting outside of our house or my wife's school.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a hassle, right?
A hassle is one way of putting it. I would put it another way.
Scary, right?
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, if she could let the witness finish his answer.
The court said, okay. Please finish your answer.
Yeah, scary.
Scary, right? So you wouldn't want to make eye contact with them, right?
The court said, asked and answered.
So you wouldn't know if somebody was smiling or not smiling, correct?
I never saw them smile or saw someone's face. They were wearing masks whenever I looked.
They were all wearing masks whenever you looked. That's your recollection?
Yeah, that's my recollection, yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Now you can take that down. Wait. Actually, leave it up here. Ms. Murray also asked you questions about how this language made you feel, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And none of the language is pleasant, correct?
Yeah, no, I would say this is unsettling language.
Right. And the police were aware of this unsettling language, correct?
Probably. They were driving by, so I would guess yes.
And they continued to allow the protests, right?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. We can take that down. Now Ms. Murray asked you questions about your wife, correct?
I believe so. I believe so, yes.
And one of the questions, or one of the answers that you gave was that she was deeply concerned about the kids at her school, correct?
Yes.
She taught at a public school, correct?
She teaches at a public school still, same school.
Right. And it's basically an ESL class, right? English as a foreign language class?
Her classroom is an ESL class. Her school has a general public school as well, that's.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the school was supportive of her?
Ms. Murray said, Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Strofa said, she asked about her reaction and what he observed. That's within the scope.
The court said, not about what the school did.
Did your wife feel supported by the school?
Ms. Murray said, Objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Strofa said, that's within the scope.
The court said, sustained. He can describe what he observed.
Okay. Did you observe the principal being supportive of your wife?
On January 10th, I would say yes. Other times, she had. You know, she would have handled things differently than how the school handled it, but.
I cannot hear you. I'm sorry. But that's okay. Did you observe the other teachers being supportive of your wife?
No, I didn't. I mean, I heard it from my wife, but I didn't observe it.
Okay. And you testified about the length of the protests, correct? You testified about the dates. Correct?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Right. And was that date specific to your home, or do you, sitting here today, know that that same length applied to the protests near the school?
Ms. Murray said, Objection, just to form.
The court said, sustained.
Do you know how long they protested outside the school?
I think it was a few weeks after, during the school day, after January 10th.
After January 10th, right?
Starting on January 10th for a few weeks.
Okay. And it ended before February, correct?
Ms. Murray said, Objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Strofa said, I'm asking about the school, not the home.
The court said, it's 2:29.
Ms. Strofa said, I have 2 more questions, Your Honor.
The court said, go ahead.
By Ms. Strofa.
When you got the protective order against Miles Guo, did you even serve him?
Ms. Murray said, Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Ms. Strofa said, no. I did not ask if he was served.
The court said, did you personally serve him?
The witness said, no.
So Mr. Guo didn't even have knowledge of the protective order, correct?
Ms. Murray said, Objection.
The court said, he cannot speak to what knowledge Mr. Guo had.
And since you got the protective order or rescinded the protective order, Mr. Guo has not engaged in any litigation with you, correct?
Correct.
He's never sued you, correct?
Ms. Murray said, Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
He's never sued your wife, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Thank you very much.
Ms. Murray said, nothing further. Thank you.
The court said, thank you, sir. You may step out.
Witness excused.
The court said, and it's time for our break. We'll reconvene in half an hour. Remember that you're not allowed to talk amongst yourselves about the case or permit anyone to talk about the case in your presence. Don't read, listen, or watch anything having to do with this case.
Continued on next page. Jury not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything further?
Ms. Murray said, nothing from the government.
Ms. Strofa said, no, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Finkel said, we were notified by the defense with respect to the issue we talked about at sidebar. The parties reached an accommodation.
The court said, okay. Thank you.
Recess.
The court said, let's have the jurors brought in.
The law clerk said, jury entering.
Jury present.
The court said, please be seated and please call the next witness.
Mr. Finkel said, yes, Your Honor. The government calls Stephen Johnson.
Stephen Johnson, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said, please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, Stephen Johnson, Stephen Johnson.
The court said, you may be seated and speak into the microphone. You may inquire.
Direct examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
Hello.
Where do you work?
Securities and Exchange Commission.
What is the Securities and Exchange Commission?
It's a government agency that protects investors and investigates violations of securities fraud.
And is it independent from the Department of Justice?
Yes.
What is your title with the SEC?
Branch Chief.
Could you just briefly describe at a high level for the members of the jury what you do as a branch chief for the SEC?
I supervise a group of investigators in the New York regional office, and I also participate in investigations.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to ask you to point the microphone at your mouth. You can feel free to move it this way.
The court said, the acoustics are not good in here. You have to speak right into it.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, may I approach?
The court said, you may.
Mr. Finkel said, I'm approaching the witness with a USB drive which has been marked as GX37. Your Honor, I represent that USB drive contains the following government exhibits in the GXSM series: 11, 12, 17 to 21, 62, 73, 88, 96, 126 to 130, 133, 147, 149, 151, 155, 156, 159, 170, 176, 178, 180, 181, 183, 187, 189, 191, 201, 205, 206, 208, 210, 217, 218, 224, 226, 227, 233, 235, 237, 252, 264, 277, 283, 284, 287, 296 through 299 and 310. Mr. Johnson, do you recognize the USB drive I just handed you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed it.
Have you reviewed the contents of that USB drive?
I have.
What's on it?
56 files that were part of a production from Skalka Media Group to the Securities and Exchange Commission in answer to a subpoena.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, at this time the government offers SM in the SM series 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, 21, 73, 96, 126, 127, 129, 130, 133, 147, 149, 151, 155, 156, 159, 170, 176, 178, 181, 210, 217, 218, 224, 226, 235, 252, 277, 283, 296 through 299.
Mr. Skirik said, Objection, Your Honor. Can we have a brief sidebar, please?
The court said okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar,
Mr. Skirik said, Our understanding, Your Honor, is that this witness from the SEC is going to testify about how the SEC received these documents. They're a production from Skalka, so I don't believe that this witness can authenticate the underlying documents. He can authenticate the fact that he can testify to the fact that the SEC received these documents. But as to authenticating the underlying documents themselves, he has no knowledge.
The court said, So has he inspected the documents? In other words, was he on the receiving end?
Mr. Skirik said, He said he reviewed the thumb drive.
The court said, Go ahead.
Mr. Finkel said, I'm happy to lay an additional foundation. What I expect this witness will testify to, so we can solve these issues at sidebar, is that he reviewed the SEC's storage of these materials. He compared them to the cover letters from the Skalka attorneys. Verified the Bates stamping matched those cover letters from Skalka's attorneys. He reviewed each and every file that was on the USB drive and compared it to what was stored on the SEC system. Was able to confirm based on his knowledge of the SEC document handling protocol that these documents were all produced by Skalka. These documents, I can also tell the court, are expense reports. In fact, Your Honor, this is an expense report which is similar to, but not exactly like, the other expense reports that would be found on this USB drive. This document was admitted into evidence already for Karen Maestrello. Karen Maestrello discussed during her testimony how this was a payment form that she was generally familiar with used by Skalka and Golden Spring. The documents that are on the USB drive are similar documents with similar signatures, similar identifying information, and the name Skalka Golden Spring. In addition, there are two other documents on the USB drive which we are seeking to admit, which are documents from Hinton. As the court may recall, Hinton received the investment from Skalka Media. The two documents that are on the USB drive are the final signed documents that Skalka signed, that Yvette Wong signed, that Max Krasner signed to finalize the Skalka investment agreement, and the letter that Haynes and Boone sent to Skalka to say, Where is this money from? So those documents are already in evidence from Steele Schottenheimer. She put them into evidence from what Hinton has, and they match what Skalka produced to the SEC. This is another way of saying, Your Honor, that there are multiple indications suggesting the authenticity of the documents on the USB which allow a reasonable juror to find that the documents are authentic.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, I think there's two issues here. One is the authenticity issue, and the maintaining objection that this witness cannot authenticate underlying Skalka documents. The most this witness can do based on his knowledge is to say that those documents were received by the SEC. Now if that's a fact that's the government wants to get in, that's fine. But as to the underlying documents, he can't authenticate the underlying Skalka documents.
The court said, I think that they're only trying to get him to say those are what the SEC received, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, that's exactly right.
The court said, all righty. That's it. Let go.
Continued on next page. In open court.
Mr. Finkel said, the government renews its request to submit the exhibits.
The court said, if you could ask a few foundational questions, please.
By Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Johnson, how do you know that those materials were produced by Skalka to the SEC?
So when we issue a subpoena, it contains instructions on how to return the documents and in what format. And everyone's instructed to return documents to a centralized production unit or CPU, which is a department in the SEC that takes in all of the documents. They get the documents loaded into our e-discovery platform called CasePoint, and every document that's produced is loaded in by the matter number, the producing party, and the date produced.
What did you do to understand that the documents produced on the USB were produced by Skalka? What steps did you take, if any, that it was in the SEC system?
I opened the documents in here on this thumb drive. And on another monitor I opened up the same document in the CasePoint system by Bates number.
And did you open every document that was on the USB drive?
I did.
And what did you compare each and every document to that was on the USB drive?
The number of pages, the title of the page, and the Bates number.
And the Bates numbers, what entity were they associated with in the SEC systems?
Skalka Media Group.
Mr. Finkel said, government renews offering the documents I outlined before.
Mr. Skirik said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, they're admitted.
Government's exhibits SM 11, SM 12, SM 17, SM 18, SM 19, SM 21, SM 73, SM 96, SM 126, SM 127, SM 129, SM 130, SM 133, SM 147, SM 149, SM 151, SM 155, SM 156, SM 159, SM 170, SM 176, SM 178, SM 181, SM 210, SM 217, SM 218, SM 224, SM 226, SM 235, SM 252, SM 277, SM 283, SM 296 through SM 299 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Johnson, can you describe to the jury what is a subpoena?
A subpoena is a request for information that we send out in the course of an investigation.
And were you a part of an investigation concerning Skalka personally?
No.
Were you personally a part of an investigation concerning Miles Guo?
No.
Or GTV?
No.
Or G-Coins?
No.
Aside from your testimony today and the preparation you did, including the review you just described, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Can we pull up GXSM 77? Is this one of the documents that Skalka produced?
It is.
You see at the top it says Skalka Media Group Incorporated Payment Request Form?
Yes.
And then below that it says name of payee, Voice of Guo Media Incorporated. You see that?
Yes.
What's the payment amount?
$7,875.
There are two letters next to that. Do you see the two letters at the top?
MK.
Do you know what MK stands for?
No.
Can we go to the next page? Am I correct, Mr. Johnson? This document was attached to the payment request form?
Yes.
And can you read what that says underneath the image of the check that says Voice of Guo Media?
Yes. Hi, Max. The principal has engaged new developers to develop the G News and they urgently need to pay $78.75 US. Could you pay through the followings? Routing number is.
You don't have to read those. Do you know who the principal is?
No.
If we can go to the next page, Ms. Loftus, and the page after that. Below where it says thanks can they send contract today, can you read what it says?
No, still negotiating, but the principal wants to pay today. We could pay without contract first. Thanks.
We can take that down if we could put up SM 283. Mr. Johnson. Who is the payee for this particular payment request form from Skalka Media Group?
Yvette Wang.
Do you know who she is?
No.
And what's the total payment amount to Yvette Wang?
$30,906.56.
If we can go to SM 296. Who's the payee of this document?
Y.A. Lee.
And how much is the amount?
$2,850.
And if we can go to the next page, do you see the date in the top left?
Yes.
What's the date?
April 27, 2020.
You can take that down, if we could put up SM 178. And here in this Skalka Media Group payment request form. Mr. Johnson, who is the payee?
Max Krasner.
Do you know who that is?
No.
What's the amount that Max Krasner was paid?
$30,906.56.
We can put up SM 73, please. Who is the payee on this document?
Aaron Mitchell.
What's the date of the expense?
The 6th of March 2020.
And how much is the amount that Aaron Mitchell was due to be paid on this document?
$30,906.56.
And do you know one way or another whether these amounts were actually paid?
I don't.
If we can please go to SM 235. And what's the name of the payee for this document?
New England Home Inspections.
How much is the payment amount?
$1,750.
Can you read purpose of expense right sort of in the middle of your screen?
Building inspection.
For
Greenwich Land, 373 Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut.
You ever been there? 373 Taconic?
No.
Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on the bottom? There's a little asterisk. Can you read that asterisk, Mr. Johnson?
Payment request form must be approved by the Chief Operating Officer Yvette and/or Director of Operations Melissa.
You can take that down, and if we can put up SM 151. Who's the payee for this one?
Greenwich Land, LLC.
Do you know what that entity is?
No.
What's the amount?
$2 million.
If we can go to SM 147. What's the name of the payee listed on this one?
GoDaddy.
What's the amount?
$149.97.
Do you see the Bates number on the bottom right of the screen?
Yes.
What's the last four digit?
1,320.
Could we go to the next page, please? What's the last four digit of the Bates number on this one?
1,321.
Can you read this email that's attached?
Good morning, Max. Attach please find invoice number 4900 for the balance due for the completion of the fence. The remaining balance of $2,846.26 will be due when the painting is finished. Please kindly remit payment at your earliest convenience. Thanks very much, Bobby.
What does it say under Bobby?
Connecticut Fence and Landscaping, LLC, 16 Valmar Drive, New Milford, Connecticut.
Do you know if Greenwich is in Connecticut?
Yes.
Ms. Loftus, if we could pull up SM 126. Can you read the purpose of this expense, please?
glevel.org domain for G Fashion.
If we can pull up SM 133. What's the date of this expense on the lower right?
January 30th, 2020.
Can you read the itemized expense description right in the center?
Multiple hosting roles society.org security email ESR.
What does it say under expense account?
ROL, Rolf.
Do you know what the rule of law society has to do with Skalka Media Group?
No.
Can we pull up SM 176? You see at the top where it says Skalka, sir?
Yes.
Can you make out what's crossed out underneath it?
Looks like Golden Spring, New York, Limited.
Do you know what relationship it is between Golden Spring and Skalka?
No.
Take that down and put up SM 156, please. What's the name of this payee?
Hermes of Paris.
What's the amount?
$24,000.
And what are the names at the bottom of the document here?
Max Krasner, Yvette Wang.
Can you go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus? Can you zoom in at the top of that receipt, please? Can you read the top of that receipt, please?
Hermes of Paris HOP Greenwich, 289 Greenwich Avenue, Greenwich, Connecticut.
What's the name under the customer information?
Yangping Wang.
Can you zoom out of that, please? You can look at 210. What's the payee for this document?
G Fashion Media Group Incorporated.
How much was this payment request form for?
$200,000.
Now, if we can look at SM11, Mr. Johnson, is this one of the documents that Skalka Media produced to the SEC?
Yes.
Heyman Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund, LP. You see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
No.
If we can, Ms. Loftus, go to 26 pages in approximately. Can you read what it says at the top?
Heyman Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund, LP, Investor Profile. Investor name Skalka Media Group Incorporated. Capital contribution $100 million. Investor type, beneficial holder. Briefly identify the subscriber's primary source of wealth. Selling shares of subsidiary.
If you can go back, Ms. Loftus, 2 pages. And who according to this document signed as president?
Yangping Wang.
And what's the total requested capital contribution at the bottom?
$100 million.
Requested closing date?
June 8, 2020.
If we could put up, please, Ms. Loftus, SM12. Mr. Johnson. Is this another document that Skalka Media Group produced to the SEC in response to a subpoena?
Yes.
And who, according to this letter dated July 15, 2020, whose attention was this letter sent?
William J.E., Max Krasner, Yvette Wang and Aaron Mitchell.
Can you read the second paragraph as the general partner?
As the general partner to the fund in the performance of its continuing diligence and compliance with the securities laws. Heyman requires a response to the following. What was the source of capital used by Skalka Media Group Incorporated? Skalka to invest in the group.
Do you know if Skalka ever answered that question?
On the previous slide.
Can you read the third bullet, please?
If the proceeds were derived from securities offering. Did the offering documents disclose the use of proceeds to include investment in the fund or in any similar private fund vehicle? If yes, please provide a copy of the disclosure agreement.
Do you know if the disclosure agreement was provided to any of these?
No.
What's the date of this document?
July 15, 2020.
Ms. Loftus, you could pull up SM11 again at page 24. What's the date here?
June 3, 2020.
So this is before the letter that we just looked at as SM12?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, at this time the government offers a stipulation. At this time the government offers a stipulation between the parties, which is GX Stip 19.
Mr. Skirek said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GX Stip 19 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, I'll read it. It is hereby stipulated and agreed by the United States of America and Miles Guo, the defendant, that an employee of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, would testify as follows. 1. The SEC is an independent federal agency whose mission is, among other things, to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. 2. Following an SEC investigation, on July 28, 2021, Skalka Media Group Incorporated, Skalka, agreed to a settlement with the SEC concerning civil administrative allegations by the SEC that Skalka, GTV Media Group, GTV, and Voice of Guo Media Incorporated, VOG, conducted an unregistered securities offering through the GTV private placement. The consent settlement was memorialized into a written agreement, the settlement agreement, which was signed by Yinping Wang on behalf of Skalka. Pursuant to the settlement agreement, Skalka, GTV and VOG have sent to the SEC $455,211,346.39 related to the GTV private placement, including $69, 713.578.06 from Skalka's investment in Heyman Capital Management, which was transmitted from the escrow account of Morvillo, Abramovitz, Grand, Eisen and Anello, P.C., to the SEC. As of the date of this stipulation, Skalka and GTV together on a joint and several basis owe an additional $31,488,392.52 to the SEC, and VOG owes an additional $45,000, $45,324 to the SEC. The SEC established a fair fund to distribute the collected money to individuals and entities who had invested in the GTV stock offering and the G-Coins, G-Dollars offerings, after hiring an administrator to manage the distribution process, notifying investors, and collecting verification information from investors. Distribution to investors began on September 26, 2022. Through the Fair Fund, the SEC has distributed approximately $365,040,744.90 to approximately 4,835 investors throughout the world, including at least 31 investors in the Southern District of New York. The Fair Fund distribution process is ongoing. As part of the consent settlement with the SEC, Skalka, GTV, and VOG neither admitted nor denied the SEC's civil administrative allegations. The settlement agreement concerned allegations regarding an unregistered securities offering and did not allege any fraud by Skalka, GTV or VOG. The settlement agreement did not include any allegations of or conclusions as to criminal conduct. This stipulation may be received into evidence as an exhibit at trial, and it is signed dated June 21st and signed by the parties. Your Honor, at this time pursuant to GX Stip 8, the government offers from GXPRO series the following exhibits: 545, 544, 541, 539, 537, 535, 534, 533, 531, 526, 525, 523, 522, 521, 520, 508, 504, 488, 478, 477, 476, 473, 466, 467, 473, 474, 486, 489. 492, 494, 496, 498, 499, 506, 508, 509.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, if I can just have one moment.
The court said yes.
Mr. Skirek said, No objection.
The court said, They're admitted.
Government's Exhibits Pro 545, Pro 544, Pro 541, Pro 539, Pro 537, Pro 535, Pro 534, Pro 533, Pro 531, Pro 526, Pro 525, Pro 523, Pro 522, Pro 521, Pro 520, Pro 508, Pro 504, Pro 488, Pro 478, Pro 477, Pro 476, Pro 473, Pro 466, Pro 467, Pro 473, Pro 474, Pro 486, Pro 489, Pro 492, Pro 494, Pro 496, Pro 498, Pro 499, Pro 506, Pro 508, Pro 0509. By Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Johnson, do you know what promemoria is?
No.
If we can pull what's in evidence as Pro 466. If you can please go to page 19, Ms. Loftus, excuse me, page 20. If you can zoom in on the bottom, please, Ms. Loftus. You see at the top, Mr. Johnson, it says Gladys Chow?
Yes.
And her email ends at ACHK Tech?
Yes.
You don't know who she is?
No.
Can you read the text of the body of this email starting, Hi, Paolo?
Hi, Paolo and Davide. Hope you both had a wonderful Thanksgiving and staying safe under the current circumstance. It has been almost a year since we last talked about the bronze statute. Please allow me to introduce myself again. I am Gladys, the assistant of Mr. Miles Kwok. I was using GladysSC at snias.com. And this is my new email address that I will be using moving forward. I am writing today mainly to relay a message. There is an upcoming project in New York, and we would like to buy some furniture from Promemoria. Both in-stock items and newly designed items. Mr. Guo would like to see if Davide would be able to come to New York for a meeting. He would like to discuss with Davide in person to let him know about the vision and see what could be achieved. Please let me know what your thoughts are. Thank you very much. Regards, Gladys Chow.
We can scroll up a bit, Ms. Loftus. And what's the date of this email?
December 2nd, 2021.
Can you just read the first sentence below, Dear Gladys?
Very nice to hear that Mr. Miles Kwok and you are all fine and healthy despite this crazy time due to COVID-19.
Who's this email from?
Paolo.
We can scroll up, please, Ms. Loftus. And can you read the response from Gladys Chow beginning this project?
This project is taking place in a mansion in Mahwah, New Jersey. The client would like to design 3 walk-in closet. Below is the link for the 3 rooms. They are all labeled accordingly.
That's fine. Thank you. And if we can scroll up a bit, please, Ms. Loftus. Do you see right here in February 2022 from Gladys Chow right below, thank you? Can you read that?
Given the confidentiality of this project, could you please sign the attached NDA and return it to me? I will send over the floor plan shortly. Thank you.
If we can scroll up a bit, Ms. Loftus. We're going to about page 10. And so here it says, Hi, Paolo. Here are the links for the current design plan. Can you read what it says below, link?
Kitchen cinema walk-in closet 01 Mrs.
And below the next link?
Closet 02, daughter, closet 03 son, closet 04, Mr.
Can you read the next sentence?
The clients do like the layouts of each rooms. The main thing is to be changed is the furniture.
And below that it says, below is the client's comment on the current plan. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then it says cinema. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read what it says page 6?
Seats layout, he prefer all 6 single chairs.
What's the heading below cinema?
Mrs. Closet 01.
Can you scroll down, Ms. Loftus? What's the heading below Mrs. Closet?
Daughter 02, Sons 03, Mr. 0 for closets.
If we can scroll up please, Ms. Loftus. Can you read from Gladys Chow? It says Hi Paolo. And can you read what it says below that?
Thank you for getting back to me. That sounds great. Would it be helpful if you visit the New Jersey property and take a look of all the rooms that need to be developed? Also, is there any traveling cost incurred on us for this trip? Regards.
Can we scroll up please, Ms. Loftus? This is also from Gladys Chow. Can you read where it says below Hi Paolo the site address?
I am checking with the design firm to see.
Sorry, Mr. Johnson, if you can read from the site address the third line.
The site address is 675 Ramapo Valley Road, Mahwah, New Jersey.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, can we have another sidebar, please?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, these documents, the promemoria documents relate to a design fit out by a designer. This witness has absolutely no knowledge of these documents. They have nothing to do with the SEC. Nothing to do with the SEC settlement. Nothing to do with what Skalka produced to the SEC. Instead, he's just being used to read these documents out loud to the jury.
The court said, 1 second. Weren't these produced to the SEC?
Mr. Skirek said, No.
The court said, So how do they come in?
Mr. Finkel said, These documents are in pursuant to a stipulation.
Mr. Skirek said, That's a completely different issue. It has nothing to do with the SEC.
The court said, If you stipulated that they be admitted, they're admitted, period.
Mr. Skirek said, Of course. Understood, Your Honor. My point is that they have nothing to do with this witness. And the government specifically is using this witness to read these documents aloud. And my understanding is they're in evidence. The government can argue from them of whatever they want to argue from them. And given frankly the premium and the emphasis that has been put on saving time and being efficient, I'm not sure why this SEC witness is reading from documents that were produced by a decorator. He has no knowledge or anything to do with this.
Mr. Finkel said, I'm happy to ask the witness if he knows anything or any involvement in the Mahwah property. The government will stipulate that he doesn't. We are actually being efficient by using one witness. Killing 2 birds in 1 stone, as they say. There are only a few of these documents. These are documents that the jury should see, and the government wants to present them as part of its case. The use of the Mahwah residence is a key issue. We've heard much about the secret base that Mr. Guo allegedly intended it for. These documents show it was not a secret base. He was designing it for his family. So these are documents we want the jury to see. Could we put a paralegal on the stand to do this instead? I suppose we could. We thought it'd be efficient by using this witness. I have no problem asking the question to draw out the point that Mr. Skirek would like to be drawn out.
Mr. Skirek said, That's one point. The other point is, it is an efficiency point. The government has gotten these documents. We stipulated to them. The government can argue from the document. We don't need to sit here to read the documents.
The court said, Well, they do have the right to have a witness read the documents, and it's just now going to be a question of which witness. We either sit here and deal with him or someone else.
Mr. Skirek said, Understood, Your Honor. But the alternative would be the documents are in evidence. The government could close on it. It was the same point that was made at sidebar to me not that long ago.
Mr. Finkel said, You had the whole white paper.
Mr. Skirek said, I had the opportunity to read it.
The court said, In your case, you had shown sections of the white paper. You also showed sections of that chart. And you had people read from those documents.
Mr. Skirek said, yes, I was referring to the witness earlier today, the summary witness, but that's fine. Certainly again if we're talking about efficiency here to have the SEC witness read from a bunch of decorators' documents. That doesn't seem like the most efficient thing, but I just wanted to point that out.
The court said, so how much more of this do you have?
Mr. Finkel said, maybe a couple of these documents. However, even though they're just documents, these are very important documents.
The court said, I'm just trying to understand how much more do we have to endure.
Mr. Finkel said, in fact, we're being very efficient. We were originally going to call Paolo Sozzi, who is the individual who interacted with Gladys Chow. We cut that witness to be efficient. This is the trade in our view instead of having Paolo Sozzi testify for an hour. Maybe cross for a time of choosing by the defense. We're just going to read a few documents. I don't have many. Maybe 3 or 4.
The court said time-wise?
Mr. Finkel said, for the rest of this witness?
The court said yes.
Mr. Finkel said, 15-ish minutes, 20 minutes.
The court said, that's not so bad. Very good.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, sir, if you're reading from a document, don't read too fast because we have interpreters who need to translate as you're reading.
By Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Johnson, does the SEC have anything to do with 675 Ramapo Road in Mahwah, New Jersey?
I don't know.
Can we scroll up? Can you read the last line of this email from Gladys Chow to Paolo beginning? May I know?
May I know if you would be available after visiting the New Jersey house? The client would like to meet with you in the New York office after that.
Scroll up, please, Ms. Loftus. If you can zoom out of that so we can see the full email, please. Do you see the email, thank you, Paolo? And it says the client will be available?
Yes.
Can you read that?
Thank you, Paolo. The client will be available after 1 p.m. on Wednesday so we can go straight from New Jersey. 675 Ramapo Valley Road to the office after the site visit.
That's fine. Thank you. At the first page, Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in at the top, the very top? Do you see where it says Tourist Fund, LLC?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
No.
If we can pull up Pro 531, please. Do you see where it says? Here are some more comments from the clients regarding the drawings.
Yes.
What does it say as number 1?
Daughter's closet.
And what does it say as number 5?
Mrs. Closet and son's closet.
We can go to the next page, please. This is from Gladys Chow on Monday, December 1st, 2022. Can you read where it says? Also, the client is unable to go?
Also, the client is unable to go to the city this week. Could you meet him in Greenwich, Connecticut instead?
Keep going. Keep reading, please.
The address 373 Taconic Road, Greenwich, New York. Please let me know at 12:15 Thursday 3 p.m. will work for you. If not, we could move things around.
That's fine. Thank you. If we could pull up Pro 536. If we can go to the third page. Here it says, Hi. Paolo. Thank you for the info. The client would like to order the following, and there's some information. And it says please deliver the table to the following addresses. Do you see that?
Yes.
675 Ramapo, 337 Taconic and 3 Columbus Circle. Is that correct?
Yes.
If we could pull up Pro 477. Can you read the sentence under Hi Paolo?
The client would like to convert the family lounge into a new kitchen and would like Promemoria to design as well. Attached are the floor plan for the new kitchen and pictures of how the room looks like now. Please let me know if there are any questions. Thank you.
You see at the top left it says Kitchen Floor Plan PDF?
Yes.
If we can pull up Pro 3478. You see on the lower right side sort of in the bubble, can you read that? It says new kitchen there. On the left side of the document, what does that say?
Crocker Residence Marwer, New Jersey, Crocker Residence Marwer, New Jersey.
If we can pull up Pro 486 at page 17. Can you read that email from Gladys Chow?
Hi Paolo. For the contract, could you please remove all the addresses of the property, and the contract will be entered between Promemoria and HCHK Property Management Incorporated. Thank you.
We could pull up Pro 506. Can you read, this is November 5th, 2022, here are the client's comments. Can you read them?
Spar room put on hold for now until further notice. Son's closet need lighter and warmer color wood for all furniture. Need chandelier design for the room. Thank you very much.
If we could pull up Pro 541. Can you read below where it says thank you, Paolo?
This defective one is the purple colored one. You can see it to Marwer, New Jersey location. Regards.
If we can pull up 534. What's at the top? It says RE, New Jersey. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read that?
RE, New Jersey Project, updated info.
And then it says, hi, Paolo. May I know if all the design plans are read for the client to review or not? Did I read that right?
Yes.
If we could pull up please 508. It says, hi, Paolo. Here are the client's comments on the cinema. Can you read what it says for chairs?
Remove 2 chairs in the front row and at the armrest. Can the team add more storage spaces for like phones, keys, etc.?
What does it say for ceiling?
Add stars throughout the ceiling. Can use the velvet from the wall as the main material. Client likes the soft furry touch.
What does it say for screen?
Makes it as big as possible, please. Fully utilize the wall.
And what about overall vibe?
Good, but if it could be more futuristic likes in the universe, it would be even better.
Last one, Pro 523. Let's try Pro 522. We'll do 476. What does it say on the lower right?
Crocker Residence, Marwer, New Jersey.
Can we zoom out of that, please? Can you zoom in the whole panel of the left? What does that say in the center in red?
Madam's closet.
Do you know who the madam is?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Skirick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Just a few questions. Do you know anything about the building located in Moa, New Jersey that you were just asked to read about?
No.
Do you know anything about a company called Promemoria?
I don't.
Do you know anything about a building called Crocker Mansion?
No.
Do you know anything about a renovation project related at that property?
No.
Do you have any information or knowledge about what use was made of that property?
No.
Do you have any knowledge or information about who used it?
No.
Do you have any idea why Mr. Finkel had you read all those documents when you know nothing about it?
No.
Now, you testified on direct about the SEC's mission, right?
Yes.
And I believe you said that among other things the SEC investigates securities fraud, is that right?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that the SEC also investigates potential issues with securities laws that have nothing to do with fraud?
Yes.
And if we could just please bring up GX Stip 19. You remember that Mr. Finkel read this stipulation a bit earlier to you just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
And this is, as you understand it, an agreement stipulation and agreement between the defense and the government as to certain facts. Is that fair?
Yes.
And if we could just go to paragraph 5. And this says, as part of the consent settlement with the SEC, Mr. Johnson, are you familiar with consent settlements?
Not particularly.
Fair enough. As part of the consent settlement with the SEC, Skalka, GTV and VOG neither admitted nor denied the SEC civil administrative allegations. The settlement agreement concerned allegations regarding an unregistered securities offering and did not allege any fraud by Skalka, GTV or VOG. The settlement agreement did not include any allegations or conclusions as to criminal conduct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Skirek said, "Thank you. No further questions."
Mr. Finkel said, "Nothing further."
The court said, "You may step out, and the government may call its next witness."
Witness excused.
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor." The government calls Paul Hinton. Your Honor. We understand that Mr. Kumraju is going to be handling the next witness. And we discussed with defense and we request maybe a 5 to 10 minute break before the next witness comes on.
The court said, "All righty."
Ms. Murray said, "And just for the record to discuss a stipulation that's relevant to Mr. Hinton's testimony."
The court said, "So you're seeking the break at this time?"
Ms. Murray said, "Not for the day."
The court said, "Not for the day. 10-minute break at this time."
Ms. Murray said, "Yes, thank you."
The court said, "Members of the jury will take a 10-minute break. Remember, you're not permitted to discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't."
Recess.
The court said, "Please have the jurors brought in."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated, and you may call your witness again."
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor." The government calls Paul Hinton.
Witness sworn.
The court said, "Please state your name and spell it, and speak into the microphone."
The witness said, Paul Hinton. Paul Hinton.
The court said, "All right, sir, you're going to have to do better than that. I need for you to speak up."
The witness said, I will.
The court said, "Good. Go ahead."
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Paul Hinton, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hinton.
Good afternoon.
And if you could actually pull the microphone directly in front of you, that would help. The acoustics are not great. Could you please describe your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree from Oxford University in England and a master's degree from Harvard Kennedy School of Government.
What subject matter is your undergraduate degree?
It's an engineering science degree.
And what is the subject matter of your master's degree?
It's a public policy degree that covers statistics, economics, and finance.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Where do you work?
I work at the Brattle Group.
What is the Brattle Group?
The Brattle Group is an economic consulting firm that provides expert testimony in a range of settings, including litigation and arbitration.
How long have you been with the Brattle Group?
Over 10 years.
Mr. Hinton, if I refer to the Brattle Group as Brattle, will you understand what I'm referring to?
I will.
Where did you work prior to Brattle?
Prior to Brattle, I worked at another similar economic consulting firm for 18 years.
What is your title at Brattle?
I'm a principal.
What generally are your duties and responsibilities as a principal at Brattle?
Well, other than the professional development of staff, I lead projects where I'm either the expert who is going to testify or I'm supporting another expert who is going to testify.
Do you yourself conduct financial analysis in the course of your work at Brattle?
I do.
Have you testified in financial cases in the past?
I have.
Has that testimony been on both the defense side and on the side of the plaintiff or the government?
It has.
Has that testimony included expert testimony and summary witness testimony?
Yes.
And Mr. Hinton, did there come a time when the government contacted Brattle regarding this case?
Yes.
Around when was that?
It was around the March or the summer last year.
What, if anything, did the government ask Brattle to do with respect to this case?
At that time they said they expected to have a large volume of financial records that they wanted us to review and summarize.
Did the government in fact engage Brattle to provide litigative services on this case?
Yes.
During approximately what time period has Brattle conducted those services on this case?
Well, we officially started summer last year. but started working more intensively at the beginning of this year.
And is Brattle engaged with the government pursuant to a contract relating to its work on this case?
Yes.
What is the approximate dollar amount that Brattle has billed or will be paid for its work on this case?
About $2 million.
Does that include analysis that has been conducted prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
Does that also include bills for your testimony here today?
Yes.
Mr. Hinton. What was the scope of work of the project that the government engaged Brattle to do in this case?
Well, initially in the contract, there were some work streams that were contemplated that included looking at data from devices and, as I said, reviewing bank records, amongst other things.
Focusing in turn on some of the work that Brattle has done. Did there come a time when the government provided certain agreements and corporate documents to Brattle in this case?
It did.
Generally speaking, what type of agreements or documents were those?
They were a range of different types of documents. Many of them were service contracts. Others were documents indicating loan agreements or investment amounts.
In addition to those corporate agreements or documents, did the government provide Brattle with other types of records or exhibits in this case?
Yes, bank records.
And what approximate volume of bank records did the government provide to Brattle in this case?
Well, there were thousands of documents in the form of PDFs and Excel files representing over 200,000 transactions.
What, if anything, did the government engage Brattle to do with respect to those bank records?
Well, initially it was just to identify what the documents were that were in the production and which entities they related to and which bank accounts.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus. If we could please pull up for the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit Z27. Mr. Hinton, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Did you review it in advance of your testimony?
I did.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit Z27.
Mr. Cumraju said, No objection, Your Honor.
The court said, It is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z27 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, If we could publish, please.
By Ms. Murray.
Mr. Hinton. Can you describe for the jury what information is reflected on this page of Government Exhibit Z27? As it relates to Brattle's work with respect to the bank records in this case.
Yes. This just summarizes the volume of materials that we identified and then later the subset of those records that we processed to extract information.
And when you say processed accounts in the first column, what does that mean with respect to work that Brattle did?
Well, by processed, I mean we had to take each of these various bank documents that included financial transactions and extract the relevant transaction details from them and put them into an Excel spreadsheet.
Looking at the last row here, Mr. Hinton, number of banks. Approximately how many unique banks did the government provide records from in this case?
Well, we identified 72 different banks in the overall document production that we were sent.
For those 72 banks, the records from those banks, can you describe for the jury how, if at all, the format of the bank records differed?
Well, some of the bank records were just ordinary bank statements that are very similar to the type of bank statement that any individual would have from their bank. And those would be PDFs. And they usually have the summary of the monthly activity at the top and then you show all the transactions and the balance. But there were a lot of other types of documents too. One other common format was a record of what's called wire transactions. And those are transactions that occur between banks, and those records could come in the form of, detailed statements that were PDFs, but they could also come in the form of a spreadsheet where there were many columns of data that described different features of each of the wire transfers. There were also, in some statements, images of checks. So just the cancelled checks or the checks after they had been processed and received at a bank. And there were other miscellaneous bank records also.
And looking again at the first column, processed accounts. Approximately how many files of bank documents did Brattle process in the course of its work on this case?
So over 2,000. So 2,173.
And looking at the next item there, number of entities. Those bank records were in the names of approximately how many different entities or individuals?
Well, there were about 119 different entities for whom we processed bank records.
And those 119 entities for the processed accounts, how many bank accounts did those represent?
There were 450 bank accounts for the 219 ISIC entities.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could go to the next slide, please. Mr. Hinton, can you describe for the jury, first of all, who provided the categories that are reflected on this slide?
The government.
And did the government inform or advise Brattle what entities to place within each of these categories?
Yes, they did.
And that was a determination made by the government, is that correct?
That's correct.
So looking here, and this is identified accounts. Can you just explain the difference between identified accounts and processed accounts?
Yes. Initially we received a large volume of documents, and we had to identify what those documents were, which entities were named in them, which banks, and which of them were actually documents that contained financial transaction information. So that was the identification phase. And the government later indicated which of those identified bank records they wanted us to process.
And reading across this slide, first of all, with respect to the rule of law category, do you have any independent understanding of what the rule of law is?
No.
How many identified accounts were there for rule of law?
20.
Looking next, GTV/VOG. Do you have any independent knowledge of what GTV is?
No.
Or VOG?
No.
How many identified bank accounts were there that went into the government's category of GTV or VOG?
We identified 49.
And then farms, aside from the common understanding of the word. Do you know what farms means in the context of this case?
No.
Did the government provide that category and identify what entities or individuals fell within that category?
It did.
And how many identified bank accounts were there under the farms category?
85.
Looking now at G clubs and Crane, first, do you have any independent knowledge of G clubs?
No.
Do you have any independent knowledge of what Crane is?
No.
How many identified bank accounts fell within the government's category of G clubs or Crane?
82.
And finally, Mr. Hinton, Himalaya Exchange. Do you know what the Himalaya Exchange is?
No.
How many identified bank accounts fell within that category?
27.
Ms. Murray said, if we could go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. Actually, let's go back one for a moment. Mr. Hinton, can you explain the process by which Brattle extracted data from the bank records that the government provided?
Certainly. Well, there were two different processes, one for data that was already in a spreadsheet and a different process for the documents that came as PDFs. So the PDFs had to be OCR'd, so the optical character recognition run, so that the fields of information could be copied from those documents. And then computer programs were used to extract those fields of information and put them into a spreadsheet. So at that point we had all the records in spreadsheet form, and we then just had to organize the fields of information for each account so that they were formatted in a consistent way across all the banks and all the accounts.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, can we take this down, please, and let's put up for the witness-only government Exhibit Z28. Mr. Hinton, do you recognize Exhibit Z28?
I do.
At a high level, what information does it reflect?
It lists all the banks down the left-hand side, and then in the columns, there's a count of the number of different bank accounts that we identified that are associated with each of the categories that were on the prior chart. I think there are also a couple of other categories on this particular chart. But the point here is that at DEM, it records the breakdown or the composition of all the bank accounts that we identified that were classified into all the categories the government gave us.
And Mr. Hinton, did you review Government Exhibit Z28 in advance of your testimony today?
I did.
Did you confirm that the information contained within this summary chart is accurate?
I did.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Z28.
Mr. Kumraju said, no objection.
The court said, It is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z28 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, Could we please publish? All right. Mr. Hinton, now that the jury can see it, it's a bit small. We'll zoom in on various portions. Ms. Murray said, First, Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom in on the top portion. To include the first few rows but all of the column titles as well. So Mr. Hinton, looking across this document, the first few columns. Those reflect the categories that we just saw on the prior slide, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those are categories that the government defined and provided to Brattle?
It did.
Looking at the column titled ACA Capital, Hamilton, William J.E., what information, generally speaking, did the government define for that category?
It identified specific entities that should be categorized in that category. And those included entities ACA Capital and Hamilton.
And do you know who William J.E. is personally?
No.
Do you have any independent knowledge of ACA Capital or Hamilton?
No.
Looking at the next column, it's indicating family members with an asterisk. Do you see that?
I do.
And the final column, family offices with 2 asterisks. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom out of this and go to the bottom, please, of this page. And zoom in on the bottom left portion. Mr. Hinton, for purposes of this summary chart, how is the family category defined? The government's family category?
It is defined to include all accounts for Mai Guo, Chiang Guo, William J.E., and Sin Ting Rong.
And do you know who any of those individuals is, Mr. Hinton, Mai Guo, Chiang Guo, William J.E.? Or Sing Ting Rong?
No.
And then family offices category that the government provided, Mr. Hinton. What entities is that defined to include?
The government told us to include the entities Lamp Capital, Golden Spring, Hudson Diamond, Lexington Property, and Greenwich Land.
And same question with respect to those entities. Do you have any understanding or knowledge of those entities?
No.
Ms. Murray said, All right. Let's zoom out again, Ms. Loftus. And if we could kind of zoom in on the top half of the chart or so. I just want to take a few examples here, Mr. Hinton. Looking, for example, at Bank of America, which is the second row. If you could just read across for the jury and read the number of identified accounts and the relevant category that those accounts fell under.
Yes. We identified bank account records for Bank of America accounts. For rule of law, there were 4. In the farms category, there were 11. In the GTV of VOG category, there were 4. There were 8 for family members. And that came to a total of 27.
Taking another example here, let's look at JPMC, or JP Morgan Chase. And read across the row the bank accounts that were identified for the various categories where there were accounts.
Yes. For JP Morgan Chase there were 25 farms accounts, 10 GTV VOG accounts, 5 G Clubs Crane accounts, and 5 family office accounts, for a total of 45 different accounts.
Ms. Murray said, Let's zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus. And if we could zoom in now on the bottom portion of this. Down to the end. Taking just one more example, Mr. Hinton, Silvergate Bank, if you could read across there. Ms. Murray said, and Ms. Loftus, maybe we could scroll up for a moment for Mr. Hinton so he can see which column that is. There were 27 identified accounts in which category at Silvergate Bank?
It's the ACA Capital, Hamilton column that has 27 Silvergate Bank accounts.
And just looking at the totals here, Mr. Hinton. What was the total number of identified accounts for these various categories that are reflected on this chart?
422 different accounts.
Ms. Murray said, Thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can take that down. Your Honor. At this time the government would like to offer various exhibits pursuant to stipulations between the parties. First, Ms. Loftus, if we could please pull up Stip 8, which is already admitted and in evidence. Pursuant to Stip 8. The government offers the following exhibits, which are reflected in parts of Column B. Government Exhibits GXBR 300, GXBR 356, GX 3200, GX 3202, GX 3210, GX 3213, GX 3214, GX 3204, GX 3207, GXBR 900, GXBR 931, GX 2001, GX 2717, and GXBR 1001, GXBR 1031. The government offers those exhibits pursuant to this stip.
Mr. Kumraju said, no objection.
The court said, they're admitted.
Government's exhibits BR 300, BR 356, 3200 to 3202, 3210 to 3213, 3214, 3204 to 3207, BR 900, BR 931, 2001 to 2717, BR 1001, BR 1031 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, all right. Ms. Loftus, if you could please now pull up GX Stip 14. Again. This is a stipulation between the parties that has been admitted. Your Honor. In the interest of time and everyone's attention, I'll just reference the government exhibits that are cited in this stipulation and offer them pursuant to the stipulation. This stipulation indicates that the parties have agreed that the government exhibits listed in Column B were lawfully obtained by the government. They're authentic records of the entity listed in Column A, they were made at or near the time by, or information transmitted by a person with knowledge, they were kept in the regular course. And it was the regular practice of the entity to make the records. The government exhibits listed in Column B are bank records from producing parties that are banks. Pursuant to this stipulation, the government offers all of the government exhibits listed in Column B.
The court said, they're admitted.
Government's exhibits Column B of Stip 14 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, finally, Your Honor, the government would offer at this time government exhibit Stip 22 for admission.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's exhibit Stip 22 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, and pursuant to government exhibit Stip 22, the government offers the following additional bank records. Government Exhibit Stip 22 is a stipulation between the parties agreeing that the government exhibits cited in Column B are records maintained in the course of the regular business of the entities listed in Column A, which are banks that are producing parties. Pursuant to Government Exhibit Stip 22, the government offers all of the government exhibits cited in Column B of Stip 22.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's exhibits Column B of Stip 22 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, thank you. We can take that down, Ms. Loftus. So if we could go back now, please, to GXZ 27. And let's go to slide 3.
By Ms. Murray.
Mr. Hinton, can you describe for the jury what is reflected on this summary chart?
This chart lists the names of the entities that were classified as family office entities and the number of processed bank accounts for each.
And to be clear, the processed bank accounts. Is it correct that those are accounts that Brattle extracted the data from?
That's correct.
Bank records?
That's correct.
All right. And we could go, actually, let's look at this for a moment. How many processed bank accounts were there for Lamp Capital, LLC?
25.
What about for Greenwich Land, LLC?
3.
So in total for these 5 family office entities under the government's category, how many processed bank accounts were there?
52.
Ms. Murray said, let's go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. And if we could scroll up a bit. And just zoom so we can see the full summary chart. Mr. Hinton, generally speaking, what information is reflected on this slide?
This is a similar chart that lists all the processed accounts for the individual entities that were categorized in the farm group.
And those were categories that the government provided, is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that this summary chart lists only processed accounts for the farm entities that are listed here?
Yes, just those for which we extracted data.
Ms. Murray said, if we could scroll down a bit, Ms. Loftus. For those farm accounts for which Brattle extracted data, how many accounts were there?
55.
And looking at the fourth row here, what is the name of that farm entity?
Maywin Trading, LLC.
Ms. Murray said, we can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Now, Mr. Hinton, you mentioned that in addition to bank accounts, Brattle also received loan agreements and other documents from the government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did the government ask Brattle to conduct a certain analysis of some of those agreements?
It did.
Did that include a summary analysis of Maywin Trading, LLC loan agreements?
It did.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please go to Government Exhibit Z29, just for the witness for the moment. Mr. Hinton, do you recognize Z29?
I do.
At a high level, what is it?
It's the first page of a long list of all of the loan agreements that we identified for Maywin Trading, LLC, which was, and it's labeled here Phoenix Farm.
And did you review this exhibit in advance of your testimony today?
I did.
Is the information in Z29 accurate?
It is.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit Z29.
Mr. Comraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z29 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, can we please publish, Ms. Loftus?
By Ms. Murray.
Can you read the title, now that the jury can see it, of this exhibit, please, Mr. Hinton?
It says Phoenix Farm, and in brackets it says Maywin Trading LLC, loan agreements.
Do you know what the Phoenix Farm is, Mr. Hinton?
I do not.
Now looking at this summary chart that's contained within this exhibit, the farthest right column. What information is reflected there under the column titled GX?
Those were all the government exhibit numbers that correspond to the loan agreements.
Ms. Murray said, if we could focus on the top portion, Ms. Loftus, before the table. Mr. Hinton, how many Maywin Trading LLC or Phoenix Farm loan agreements did Brattle identify in the materials the government provided?
We identified 686 distinct loan agreements.
Did Brattle evaluate or analyze those loan agreements to determine whether they were signed?
We did.
How many of those 686 loan agreements were signed by the borrower, or the Phoenix Farm, Maywin Trading LLC?
None of them had a signature for the borrower.
And how many of those 686 loan agreements were signed by the lender, or the individuals who were the counterparties to those agreements?
They were all signed.
Ms. Murray said, all right. If we could zoom out of that, I just want to look at one or two examples, if we please. Could. Ms. Loftus, let's go down, please, to, thank you. Actually, let's go one more page down. And, perfect. So looking at one of the entries for December 3, 2020, Mr. Hinton. Do you see that the amount is listed as not applicable on this summary chart?
There are some entries that say NA, that's correct.
Ms. Murray said, if we could go to that source exhibit, Ms. Loftus. So this is December 3, 2020. That's Government Exhibit 2502. Which is in evidence. If we could focus on the top portion here, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Hinton, what is listed for the borrower on this loan agreement?
It says Phoenix Farm, and in brackets, it says Maywin Trading, LLC.
And who is listed as the lender?
The lender is listed as CAI Yanting. Excuse my pronunciation.
There's a certain field that's called Lender's Phoenix Farm Code. Do you see that?
Yes.
What information is reflected there?
It's just an alphanumeric code.
And can you read that, please?
FH1-1560.
And this loan agreement is dated. What is the date?
It's dated December 3, 2020.
Under Section 1, Terms, can you read, A, Use of Proceeds?
It says, the loan proceeds advanced under this agreement is for the general working capital purposes of the borrower.
Looking at item B, loan amount, What loan amount is reflected on this agreement?
Well, there's a little blank space in the sentence that is empty in this particular agreement.
What is the interest rate that's reflected here under 1C?
3% per annum.
Payable when?
It is payable in full on the final maturity date.
And then, D, final maturity date. What's reflected there?
The final maturity date is 36 months after the effective date.
Ms. Murray said, if we could zoom out of this, please, Ms. Loftus. And let's go down a few pages. So there are initials on the bottom, Mr. Hinton. Do you see that? Oh.
I see that there are some typed, 3 letters are typed at the bottom of each page. Which appear to be, well, the first 2 of which match the first name and the last name of the lender.
Ms. Murray said, all right. Let's keep going through the next few pages, please, Ms. Loftus. On this page, Mr. Hinton, does it appear that this document is signed?
Yeah, in the signature area of the agreement, there are some Chinese characters.
And that's for which party to this agreement?
It's for CA Yanting, who is the lender.
Is there a signature on the line that is associated with Phoenix Farm, Maywin Trading, LLC?
No. The line is blank.
And Mr. Hinton, this is signed even though there's no loan amount listed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Murray said, if we can go back, Ms. Loftus, to Government Exhibit Z29. Thank you. And if we could go to the last page. Please. Mr. Hinton, for the 686 Phoenix Farm loan agreements that are reflected in this summary chart. What is the cumulative dollar amount associated with those loan agreements?
The sum of the loan amounts for these agreements is $23,158,757.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can take that down now. Mr. Hinton, since the government engaged Brattle in connection with this case, has the government provided guidance to Brattle regarding the analysis that it was requesting?
Yes, it has.
Did that include calls and meetings to discuss Brattle's findings and to provide, for example, categories of information for Brattle to characterize certain records?
It did.
Did the government provide edits or other feedback to Brattle regarding its analysis and findings?
It did.
Does Brattle's work product, including the exhibits we've looked at so far today, reflect certain of the government's feedback and instruction?
They do.
Now, Mr. Hinton, besides the analysis you've been describing that Brattle performed in this case, your testimony today, and your preparation for that testimony, did you have any involvement in this case?
I did.
What was the degree of your involvement in this case, besides the analysis you described? Your testimony today, and your preparation for that testimony?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. What was your involvement in this case besides the analysis that Brattle performed? Your testimony today, and your preparation for the testimony?
Well, those are the elements of my work. I supervised the staff to perform the analysis I prepared for testimony. And I'm delivering the testimony today. That was the scope of our engagement.
And Mr. Hinton, did you review all of the evidence that the government has collected in this case, or did you just review the records and exhibits that the government provided to Brattle?
Only the documents that were provided to Brattle.
Did Brattle have any role in determining what exhibits or records the government would provide to Brattle?
No.
And you mentioned the process of extracting data from the bank records that the government provided. How, if at all, did Brattle catalog or categorize that extracted data?
Well, we used the categorizations that we discussed earlier to identify not just the bank accounts but the individual transactions based on which entities were involved and what category they were in. And then, as I've mentioned before, we took the transaction data from each of the different sources and organized them into a single database so that they could be looked at together.
And what was your role, if any, with respect to that database that contained the extracted bank record data?
Well, I designed the database structure and I supervised and directed the work along the way to populate it.
At a high level, can you describe for the jury how that database operated?
Well, it's a more secure way of organizing the hundreds of different bank account records. Sets of records than just keeping them in a spreadsheet. So it enabled us to organize all the different banks' transaction records in the same format and also capture the categories that the government had given us and associate it with every single transaction along with the reference numbers telling us which document they came from.
And when you say the reference numbers reflecting the document, did those documents link to identified government exhibits in this case?
Yes, that means that every single transaction, of which there are over 200,000 in the database, can be linked back to a source document that is a GX, has a GX number in this case.
And in preparing for your testimony today, Mr. Hinton, did you review and verify the accuracy of the various summary charts we've looked at so far?
I did.
And did you do that in part by going to the database that Brattle maintained of bank records?
Yes. In fact, the individual transactions represented on each chart were taken from the database. And I was able to then identify which government exhibit the data came from and look at the underlying source document to verify the data.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, can we please put up what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit Z26? And that's just for the witness. And if we could scroll through a few pages. Mr. Hinton, do you recognize Z26?
I do.
Did you assist in preparing Government Exhibit Z26?
I did.
Does Z26 contain a summary of certain bank records that Brattle reviewed in connection with this case?
Yes, reviewed and processed.
Ms. Murray said, and if we could go to the last page, please, Ms. Loftus. Looking at the last page of this presentation, does this reflect the government exhibits that are the source documents that support the data contained within Z26?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the information in Z26 and the source documents cited on this slide, Mr. Hinton?
I have.
Have you confirmed the information is accurate?
I have.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit Z26.
Mr. Comraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z26 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could go to the first slide, please, and publish to the jury.
By Ms. Murray.
Mr. Hinton, what is the title of Government Exhibit Z26?
Bank Record Summaries.
Excellent. Ms. Murray said, let's go to the next slide, please. What information, generally, is reflected on this chart, Mr. Hinton?
Well, this is the result of summing up the value of all the transactions in the database. So that's all the transactions we processed and categorized according to the categories that the government gave us for GTV, Farms, G-Clubs, and Himalaya.
And the top of this chart, Mr. Hinton, says sources of funds. Did the government provide Brattle with instruction regarding how and whether to categorize certain transactions as sources of funds?
It did.
Focusing on, for example, G-Clubs. What was some of the instruction that the government provided to Brattle regarding what type of transactions should be tagged or categorized as sources of funds that flow through to G-Clubs?
So these are transactions that come from individuals, not from entities. And only those individuals who aren't associated with, in some way with any of the entities that are listed on the chart.
What, if anything, did the government direct Brattle with respect to the dollar amounts of transactions that should be included within G-Club's sources of funds?
So for certain accounts we observed there were amounts in round numbers of 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 and 50,000. And the government instructed us that any transactions for those amounts, plus or minus $100, from individuals should be classified, or even if they weren't from identified individuals, those amounts should be classified as sources of funds.
Did the government explain to you why it instructed Brattle to tag transactions in those amounts as sources of funds for G-Clubs?
No.
Do you have any independent understanding why the government gave that instruction?
No.
What discretion, if any, did Brattle have in deviating from the government's definition of sources of funds for purposes of this summary analysis?
We did not have any discretion.
Reading along the amounts here. What is the sum dollar amount reflected in this summary exhibit of sources of funds that flowed through to the government's category of GTV or VOG?
$411 million.
What about the farms?
$110 million.
And what amount went through to G clubs?
$240 million.
And finally, what amount went through to the Himalaya Exchange?
$517 million.
And that's for a combined total of what amount, as reflected here for purposes of this summary?
$1.3 billion.
Ms. Murray said, and Ms. Loftus, we can go to the next slide. Looking at the top of this, Mr. Hinton, what is the title of this slide?
The title is GTV of VOG, Overview.
And is that one of the categories that the government defined for Brattle?
Yes.
Looking at the sources of funds here, there are 3 entities listed, kind of at the bottom of the slide. Do you see those?
I do.
Under those entities, there are parentheticals and there are some letters and numbers. What information, if any, does that reflect?
The numbers and letters represent particular bank accounts.
And so the letters, what about the bank accounts do the letters reflect?
So the letters are just an acronym or shorthand for the name of the bank. So BOA stands for Bank of America.
And then the numbers that are listed throughout these slides for different bank accounts, what portion, if any, of the relevant account number are those?
Those are the last 4 digits of the bank account number.
So looking at this overview slide, how much money from the sources of funds that were identified went to Voice of Guo Media Incorporated between April 20, 2020 and October 13, 2020?
$72.9 million went into the Bank of America and Wells Fargo Bank, Voice of Guo Media accounts on this chart.
And looking in the middle, how much went into those 2 JP Morgan accounts held in the name of Skalka Media Group Incorporated?
$286.9 million.
And on the right, how much went into the Capital One and the JP Morgan Bank accounts held in the name of GTV Media Group Incorporated?
$29.6 million.
And over what time period did that $29.6 million go into the GTV Media Group, Inc.'s bank account?
Between May 11, 2020 and June 12, 2020, that those amounts went into the 2 bank accounts shown there.
Ms. Murray said, all right. Ms. Loftus, the next slide, please. Mr. Hinton, what is the title of this slide?
This slide is titled GTV of VOG, Select Flows.
Generally speaking, at a high level, what does this summary chart or summary slide reflect?
It shows the aggregate dollar amount of flows of funds between particular bank accounts over certain time periods.
And Mr. Hinton, who selected which bank account to include on this summary flow slide?
The government.
If we could just follow through a few examples. Looking at the second arrow on the top left from sources of funds going to the Wells Fargo bank account in the name of Voice of Guo Media Inc., what is the dollar amount that goes to that account from sources of funds?
$46.3 million.
And then looking at the next select flow from that account. Where does $15 million in the form of a cashier check go from that account?
It goes from Wells Fargo to JP Morgan at Skalka Media Group.
And from that JP Morgan account ending in 5601, where then do we see a flow of $125.5 million going?
To Skalka Media Group at JP Morgan 2038.
And over what time period?
From June 3 to June 10.
Of what year?
2020.
And then let's look at the outflows from that Skalka Media Group Incorporated account, the JP Morgan 2038. First, on the left, what do we see going straight down on June 5, 2020?
There's a transfer of $100 million on June 5 to Heyman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
Mr. Hinton, do you know what the Heyman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund is?
I do not.
All right. And then let's look at another outflow from that JP Morgan 2038 account. Going to the right on June 9 of 2020. What amount do we see listed there?
$38 million on June 9, 2020.
Now looking down the center of this slide, Mr. Hinton, just briefly. Can you follow through the sources of funds that go down the center of the slide directly to the Skalka Media JP Morgan account ending in 5601 and then on through to the GTV Media account at Citibank ending in 6691?
Yes. Starting in February on the 22nd of 2019 over the following year and a half or so. There's $275.9 million in funds from sources of funds as they've so been defined. Into Skalka Media Group's JP Morgan account ending in 5601. Then on June 3, 2006, there's a $200 million transfer from that Skalka Media Group account to GTV Media Group at Citigroup account 6691.
And just to be clear, Mr. Hinton, what year was that? The June 3 transaction of $200 million from Skalka at JP Morgan to GTV at Citi?
In 2020.
If we can go to the next, actually, stay on this slide for a moment, please. Looking at the far right. Mr. Hinton, do you see a name that's in the far right bottom box? There's a company name and a PNC?
I do.
What is that name?
Lowell and Mitchell.
Do you know what Lowell and Mitchell is?
I know that it's a law firm.
The court said, all righty. We need to stop because it's 5 o'clock. Members of the jury, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything from any source having to do with the subject matter of this trial. Have a good evening.
Jury not present.
The court said, sir, you may step out.
The witness said, okay, thank you.
The court said, don't discuss your testimony.
The witness said, I will not. Witness not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything further before we break?
Mr. Kumraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, just a scheduling update from the government. After Mr. Hinton, the government believes it has 2 witnesses left. After those 2 witnesses, the government would like to play a handful of videos or show a few documents that the jury has not yet seen but are already in evidence. And I just want to make sure that's okay with the court, that we don't have a witness on the stand for that.
The court said, if they're in evidence, that's fine.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. We'll plan to do that. Just for the court's knowledge and for defense counsel's knowledge. After Mr. Hinton, who approximately has 30 to 45 minutes left on direct, the direct of the 2 remaining witnesses. One is probably just north of an hour, and then the last witness we would estimate as around 90 minutes. Depending on how quick the technology moves. It's mostly cell phone extractions, text messages, things like that. So that's sort of where the government is in its case. I just wanted the court to be aware of that. So we expect to rest tomorrow, assuming crosses are not voluminous. Outside of that, Your Honor, absent any questions. The government is just inquiring about the week of July 8th. With the understanding now we're sitting full days on July 2nd and 3rd on July 8th. If things move at the clip that the defense has predicted, and the government certainly hopes, I think we'll be in jury addresses and deliberations. Is the court planning to sit a full day for, I know for deliberations, Your Honor said it would. Is the same for jury deliberations? In other words, sorry. I apologize. I'm a little tired. Is the week of July 8th going to be a full 9 to 5 week as well?
The court said, so for summations and deliberations we will sit a full day.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. That's helpful. Thank you, Your Honor.
The court said, have a good evening.
Mr. Kumraju said, you too, Your Honor.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor.
Adjourned to June 26, 2024, at 9 a.m. Permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything that touches on the subject of this case.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
Recess.